family business research in the future, because family businesses are the backbone of our economy. And I think there is a lot of challenges coming along with running a family business, managing a family business, owning a family business. And I'm delighted to be here today, and I'm happy to see so many participating and having so many speakers from different places all around the world. So welcome everyone, and I pass the word back to Rhonda. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you all. Thank you, Shuru. Thank you, our participants. And we'll start our first session that will be moderated by Anita in 2 minutes.
Yes,
Anita, would you like to introduce your first session?
Yes, thank you very much, Rhonda. Yes, I have the honor to be the host of the first topic, strategy and management, which is a topic that we at MCI are also discussing a lot. And we're going to hear 3 presentations. I just want to remind everyone that you have about 10 minutes to present, and then we have 10 minutes to discuss. I think that's great if we have the chance to also discuss and dive deeper into the topics. So 10 minutes presentation, and then 10-minute discussion. And for questions that you're going to have as the audience, please either use the chat bot in Zoom, or the Q&A session part that you see below, where you can ask questions if you want. Okay, I would actually give the floor to the first speaker, that is Badr and Farah from Morocco, on advantages and challenges of family businesses professionalization, evidence from the Moroccan context. I'm already very curious about your presentation, and I hand over to, I don't know if Farah, Farhain or Badr Haba are presenting, or are they both presenting? So just make sure that you share your screen. Hi, Farah, are you presenting?
Yes, I will present.
Yes?
Good morning.
All right.
Yes.
Then go ahead and share your screen. Very good.
Can I start?
Yes, perfect. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the American University in Cairo, the Entrepreneurial School, and ESCA School of Management for the opportunity to organize this conference, and to thank you for the interest you have shown in my work by agreeing to be part of this journey. It is an honor for me to have the opportunity to discuss the result of my research with many of the researchers who inspired it. The work I am presenting today on the assets and challenges of professionalizing Moroccan family businesses is the result of an intellectual journey. Thus, to present our main results and the main phases of our work, our presentation will be structured in several points. The first aim primarily to establish the link between professionalization and the performance of family businesses in order to demonstrate the value of the research. At this level, the objective is to underline the fact that professionalization is a means to an end, that of guaranteeing, in fine, the survival of the firm. Then we will move on the presentation of our basic problem and the objectives assigned to our work. While the third point justifies our methodologic choice and the approach to analysis of analysis to guarantee the validity of our research. The fourth axis is devoted to the analysis of the results, and finally, we will end our presentation by exposing some recommendations. In reality, family businesses make up the majority of small and medium-sized enterprises worldwide, accounting for more than half of European and Asian businesses. In Morocco, family businesses represent more than 90% of all businesses. Thus, according to BDO Barometer, Moroccan family businesses contribute strongly to economic growth by creating 50% of employment, 20% of added value, 40% of production, and 50% of investment. That said, this type of entrepreneurship is currently the focus of researchers due to its high concentration, as well as its specific and complex character, different from managerial enterprise. Indeed, the uniqueness of family businesses lies is the cohabitation of two totally different entities, the business entity with its financial objectives and the family entity with its social and emotional objectives, which are summarized in the respect of family values, the protection of the family's reputation, the durability of the business, the guarantee of family cohesion, and the respect of social ties between members. The respect for the family culture pushed the actors of family capitalism to adopt a status quo that guarantees the stability of the company. However, because of the dynamism of the economic world and the development of its requirements, the performance, growth, and durability of the family business are dependent of its capacity for managerial innovation. In other words, the evolution of the family firms is necessary for its long-term success. Hence, the need for a structured management independent of family aspiration. For this, the professionalization of family businesses is the best solution to guarantee their sustainability. This observation has allowed research on family businesses to focus on the analysis of their professionalization, its assets, and the challenges that hinder its success. Based on the above, we fixed some theoretical and managerial interests to our research. First, we will be able to analyze the characteristic of family business governance. Second, we will determine the strength of family business professionalization. And finally, we will be able to identify the challenges that hinder the successful professionalization of family businesses. In reality, the past 2 decades have been characterized by the growth of interest in studying family business professionalization. However, researchers have not reached a consensus on the definition of this concept. Thus, until now, the most common approach has been to reduce the professionalization definition to the inclusion of non-family directors on the board of directors and the delegation of managerial power to professionals other than family members. Nevertheless, recent studies has demonstrated that the definition of professionalization is broader than his traditional approach. Thus, professionalization of family business should be defined as a multidimensional value-creating change mechanism that incorporates not only the tools and practice mentioned above, but also the professionalization of employees, culture, and work environment. We argue here that there are 17 underlying dimensions of family business professionalization that can be articulated under 5 main headings. The first dimension is the professionalization of management, which includes integration of non-family members in management, delegation of power, professionalization of the board of directors, and professionalization of management. Second, professionalization of organizational structure, process, and practice that include implementation of a formal organizational and operational structure, the implementation of formal control mechanism, of a professional human resource management practice, also fostering strategic planning and building a formal organizational and operational structure. Third, for professionalization of family business relation with the establishment of effective governance mechanism like a family council and family constitution, and also the planning for succession. Fourth, professionalization of employees by fostering professional skills and the integration of behavioral professionalism. The final dimension is the professionalization of the work culture and environment through the establishment of an organizational culture and work environment based on shared professional values, effective communication, trust, mutual respect, and also cooperation. From there, it is legitimate to ask, how do professionalization influence the sustainability of family businesses, and what are the challenges that hinder its success in the context of Moroccan family businesses? The answer to this question will allow us to achieve the following objectives: identify and determine the reason for the particularity of Moroccan family businesses, study and explain the influence of socio-emotional wealth on the governance mechanism of family businesses, define the dimension of professionalization in the context of family businesses, and also analyze the influence of professionalization on the governance and survival of Moroccan family businesses, and identify the challenges that hinder its success. After analyzing the literature review about our topic, we will try to analyze our practical ground, which is the Moroccan family businesses, in order to determine the assets and challenges of professionalization in the Moroccan context. To reach our goal, we will conduct a qualitative study with 15 family business leaders to determine their perception of the benefits and challenges of professionalization through semi-structured interview administered directly with our interlocutor. First, our results show that the integration of family managers in the management ensure that the company benefit from professional managers, which with a structured education and training in business management, who are thus able to decide according to formal principle and mechanism which comes to strategic decision and orientation of the company. They are supposed to guarantee rationality and objectivity in the governance of the family business. The professionalization of family business also concerns the implementation of a formal board of directors that guarantee the provision of more diverse perspectives as well as wider network. So the participation of non-family component is considered a key to the success of family business. Moreover, professional managers help family business to cope with their competitive environment, to regulate strategic decision-making, and thus increase their performance and ensure their growth. Thus, family businesses that professionalize their recruitment practices are likely to improve their performance by promoting the quality and diversity of skills and by reducing the opportunistic behavior of family managers. However, despite its demand and the confirmation of its positive influence on the activity of family businesses, professionalization is proven to be a radical change given its consequence on the company's culture. In other words, successful professionalization requires a collaborative harmony between the different stakeholders around the new professional practice and values employees must Employees must be able to adapt appropriately to understand and master the new ways and mechanisms involved in professional management. Reluctance to change is one of the major challenges that family businesses must face in order to succeed in their professionalization strategy, and thus fully benefit from its advantage from the competitiveness and survival of the family businesses. Professionalization immerses new professional norms into a company's culture, which can be a threat to the respect of the cultural uniqueness of the family firms. In the same context, it is essential to mention that, according to our interviewees, professionalization can sometimes lead to an increase in agency costs by providing an opportunity for non-family managers to promote their own interests. Based on the above, we can give some recommendations for the successful professionalization of family business. First, we should implement a new professional culture inspired by family values and norms while respecting the condition of economic profitability. Second, we should implement a managerial change communication process that take into consideration the specificities of the socio-emotional relationship that characterize family entrepreneurship. And that's all for my presentation. I will leave some further reading. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Farah, for your presentation. And I open the floor for discussion. Are there any questions from the audience? Farah, you're still sharing your screen. Farah, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes? Okay, good, great. Yes. So are there any questions? Let me ask the audience if there are any questions. If not, let me see if we have a question in the chat. There is any comment on the role of digital innovation on the professionalization? Can it be a catalyst? Raymond is asking that from Kenya. Farah, did you understand the question?
Yes, can I reference?
Yes. Do you want to reply?
Yes.
Go ahead.
As I said before, to success the professionalization, managers should accept the managerial innovation and all the change that came with the professionalization. And digitalization of the managerial is one of the skills that professional managers should integrate in the professional family firms. That great digital transformation will participate to the success of professionalization.
Okay, I hope, Raymond, the question is answered for you. Other than that, you can just use the Q&A session again. I actually also have a question, Farah, and that relates to your research question, because you say that your question was, how does professionalization impact on sustainability of family firms? Now, I wonder, how did you look into the sustainability part of your research question? I understand that you looked into professionalization a lot, but how did you cope with the sustainability part of your research question?
First of all, the perenniality of the enterprise, the durability, the maintenance of the cohesion of family members also, because in the family firms, there is not only the enterprise, but we should take give an attention also to the family members. Like maybe the performance of the enterprise, its durability, but also the maintain of the cohesion of the family members.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and how did you ask that in your interviews? You did those 15 interviews with an interview guideline, if I understood correctly. How did you cater for the sustainability aspect there? So which questions did you pose?
Maybe for the long-term orientation of the managers.
Yeah.
Yes, for the long-term orientation. If there is a long-term orientation, the generation incorporate in the business.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, good. Another question, I don't know if anyone else has questions. We're just waiting for the Q&A session to fill up, if there are any. I'm also interested in how you did analyze your interviews. So which method did you use to analyze your interviews?
The logiciel in vivo, the thematic analysis.
Okay, and vivo. Mm-hmm. And did you deductive or inductive coding?
Inductive.
Inductive coding. Why did you decide for inductive and not going for deductive?
Because the nature of my objectives. The objectives are senior to our research.
Okay. Which objectives do you point at now? Sorry.
Maybe the identification of the challenges that hinder its success. I will to explain the phenomenon, not only tested or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Thank you. Raymond has another question. Is the approach taken by the study looking at professionalization of family members, or the idea of bringing in non-family members to the business? Does the study anticipate that it is possible to have family members but work towards professionalization?
Yes, that's what I said. It is now the time to the limit with the approach, the traditional approach that limit the professionalization into the integration of managerial and non-familiar managers. Now, recent studies have showed that we can professionalize the business without recurring to managerial or external managers. The family managers should have the ability and the capacity to professionalize their business without recruiting non-familiar managers.
All right. Raymond, I hope the question is answered. Thank you, Farah. Until I just have a look if there is another. Yeah, thanks, Raymond. So happy with your answer. I do have another question that relates to your outcome, because you said it's about implementing a professional culture or a professionalized culture. So how do you do that as a family business? Or what do you think has to be in line to reach a professionalized culture, as you called it? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes.
Yeah, just go ahead. So how
Can
can
you
we
hear
reach
me?
a professionalized culture in a family business?
To professionalize the culture of family business, we should share professional values, effective communication, trust, mutual respect, and also cooperation to limit the influence of family's culture.
Okay. So values, trust, cooperation, and how do you think can that be reached? Do you think that can be done within the business, or do you think a family business might also need some external help to reach that?
I think is can be reached by establishment of effective governance mechanism to limit the influence of family, such like family council and the family constitution.
Okay. So a formal board of directors, a constitution that kind of has the governance mechanisms in place to actually be able to, to professionalize the business more. Okay, that's a good idea. All right. Any other questions from the audience? I don't see anyone typing into the Q&A, or is there another question here? Let me just cross-check. Karima asks, have you found that the work experience and level of education plays a role in the ability of business owners to opt for and have the capacity to professionalize?
I didn't hear you.
Have you found the work experience and level of education play a role in the ability of business owners to opt for and have the capacity to professionalize?
Of course, because as we said, to professionalize, family managers should have the necessary skills and the competence in business management. In this case, the managerial family members can professionalize without requiring to professional managers. The ability is very necessary. And also not only the ability in business management, but also the ability to accept change.
Okay. Okay, good. I hope the question is answered. All right. Anyone else having questions for Farah and her research on professionalization? I think it's a very interesting topic and also very difficult to do research in that field, especially because you have to find business owners who are open enough to talk about this, right? And it's not easy it's not easy that you talk about professionalization in family firms, I find, at least in our culture. I don't know about your culture. So what, probably a last question, Farah, was it difficult to find family firms talking to you about how they professionalize their business?
Yes, because there is, you can't say to managerial firms, you are not professionalized.
Yeah.
They don't accept, or you are different from managerial firms. So it's very difficult.
It was very hard. Yes, Ayman?
My question is, what is your guesstimate of the percentage of Moroccan family businesses that have professionalized?
I didn't go the question, sorry.
Ayman was asking if you know the percentage of family businesses in Morocco that are professionalized already, right? If I got that right, Ayman?
Yes, correct.
Not the exact numbers, but in Morocco, more than 90% of businesses is family businesses.
Right.
I will try to develop our work.
Are professionalized.
For now, I don't have the exact number, but I am studying PhD studies to develop my research.
Okay, Good. But it would be interesting, right? I meant to understand how many of these businesses are really professionalizing. But the question is how you measure that, and where you get the numbers and figures. I know it from Austria. We also have troubles in getting good data, valid data for family firms. So I think that's really a challenge. All right, Farah, very many thanks for your first presentation, for this first presentation here, and also your this discussion, answering all the questions that we had on your paper. Thank you very much. And I think we are 9:30, so we just, or 10:30 in your case, we should just continue with the second presentation, which is again a Farah Chukri and Badr, the strategy of divestment in family businesses. I don't know who of you is presenting.
Good morning.
Farah, hi, good morning. If you want to share your screen and also probably turn on your camera so that we can see you, that would be great.
Okay.
And then the floor is all yours for your 10-minute presentation, and then we go ahead with 10 minutes Q&A. Hi, Farah, good to see you. Hi, good morning. The floor is yours.
So, hello, my name is Farah Shlaf, and today I will be speaking about the strategy of divestment in so my research, sorry, I don't know why the slides. So my research objectives are as follows. We will understand the impact of family culture on divestment strategy from an emotional and financial perspectives to determine the influence of family structure on the strategy of divestment, and finally to understand the influence of the family culture and structure adopted by a company on the emotional archetypes of leaders. So the objectives allows us to study the divestment strategy from an emotional point of view, while considering the culture and structure adopted by the company. Hence the following question: how does the cultural environment in which a company is embedded, the family norms, and the relationship between generations influence the divestment strategy in family businesses? In this research, we address the theoretical caveats of the divestment decision in family firms by bridging different theoretical perspectives. First, we will focus on the resource-based view theory, which demonstrates that it is imperative to free up resources for the regeneration and strategic renewal. Second, we complement the traditional framework of agency theory, which is mainly used to study divestments with a new theoretical perspectives. And finally, we will focus on the emotion of regrets, which is salient in divestment strategies from the perspectives of regret theory. The conceptual framework, which includes the strategy of divestment, the culture and its dimension, family structure, and finally, family and emotional rationale. We're gonna see either the strategic and financial motivations of divestment. For the financial one, divestment tend to occur following performance shortage related to two main factors: diversification with unrelated business units, and financial structures with high leverage in terms of long-term debts at maturity, as well as short-term liquidity gaps. So evidence shows that voluntary divestiture transactions or sell-off often have a positive impact on shareholders' wealth, increasing the stock prices of the divesting firms and generating significant positive excess returns to both sellers and buyers, while reducing the debt level of the divesting firms. For the strategic motivations, divestment stem out of the need to grow on the long term by converting the assets into liquidities, which will be invested in future or existence operations expected to be more profitable. The divestment of resources can be perceived as an integral part of the strategic management of the firms, resources portfolio, either when the value creating potential of these resources is lost, or when handling those resources differently contributes to wealth creation through the exploitations of opportunities and developments of capabilities toward creating competitive advantages. So we distinguish between two types of family culture, the collectivistic one, which focus on the collective family, and generally those who grow up in collective societies learn to intuitively see themselves as part of a we-centered group. And for the individualistic culture, which focus on individual preferences, those who grow up in individualistic culture societies learn to see themselves as a nice-centered group. So we can see that there is an unquestionable loyalty is expected and assumed in collectivist culture, while individual excellence is nurtured and celebrated in individualistic one. So in terms of family structures, which have been studied on the basis of two dimensions, namely liberty, authority, and equality, inequality, we distinguish between three structure types. And we all know that family is the first group in our lives that has significant effects on our values, attitudes, beliefs, and behavior. Each generation absorbs parental values that define acceptable modes of relationship between family members. In the context of family firms, these mindsets significantly influence decision-making heuristics. So this typology is built on the underlying idea that relationship norms across generation and among siblings significantly influence the expected modes of behavior in a family. Once generally the younger generation reach adulthood, if some or all of its members are expected to cohabit with the senior generation, the value of authority is emphasized. So in the other hand, on reaching adulthood, if members of the junior generation are expected to establish independent households and means of livelihood, the norm of liberty is established in a family. So the impact of culture and family structure on divestment, the family structure and the dominant culture will significantly influence the time lag from the moment when the manager realizes a need to sell or a part of the family to the sale itself of a business or part of it. For example, a leader's strategic recognition capacity and impetus from middle management have been found to influence the timelines with which leaders come to a realization with that a business unit needs to be divested. Factors such as existence of a resale market cost of exit and relationship among business units and governmental regulations influence whether a business unit or its parts actually sold or not. So we distinguish that there is three emotional archetypes that have been identified in family businesses. As we can see, the enmeshed and balanced emotional archetypes that are at the collectivistic culture and are dominated by the first and second generation with a high level of identification and psychological ownership of the company, as well as a low to moderate level of agency conflicts. And the emotionally disengaged archetypes located at the individualistic culture typically adopted by the third and above generation with a low level of psychological ownership and a significant level of agency conflicts. Through this perspective, we can say that a family regret related to the divestments strategy is considered extremely high with enmeshed emotional archetypes not to divest. And in the balanced one, owners have a moderate level of family and business regret to skillfully manage to balance financial value, weight, and emotional value expectations. And finally, in the disengaged emotional archetypes, owners tend not to accept a decrease in the financial value in favor of the emotional one, therefore a low level of a family regrets. So the proposition number one, we can see that the time lag between realizing the need to divest will be less in family businesses rooted in disengaged emotional archetypes compared to nest or balanced emotional archetypes, while the family regret will be lower in family businesses adopting the disengaged emotional archetypes and will be greater in family businesses adopting the nested or balanced emotional archetypes. The individualistic culture versus the collectivistic one. So personal values influenced by the prevailing culture affect the strategic decision made by a firm. In collectivistic society, loyalty to one clan or family is considered very important. The environment is powerful and socially dense with strict norms and rules of behavior. People's identity is based on their group rather than their individuality. The dynamics described above are less likely to prevail in individualistic culture, since each person is expected to fend for himself or herself. The sense of familiarness is not as dominant as in collectivistic cultures. So the proposition, we can say that the time lag between awareness of the need to divest will be less for companies rooted in individualistic culture that adopt disengaged emotional archetypes than for companies in collectivist culture that adopt enmeshed or balanced emotional archetypes, while the family regrets will be less in individualistic culture with a disengaged emotional archetypes than in collectivistic one with balanced or enmeshed emotional archetypes. So here we can see the characterization for the family structure type 1, which is characterized by independence and freedom of individual preference. Generally, there is no specific norms that oblige parents to distribute their wealth in a particular way, and the leader can make decisions without consulting the other family members. So here we can propose that the time lag between awareness of the need to divest will be less in companies controlled by type 1 structures than in company controls by family with other structures. And the family regrets will be less in companies controlled by type 1 structures compared to other structures. The family structure type 2, which is characterized by independence and freedom of individual preference. However, the inheritance norms are based on equality, which generally risk delaying divestment decisions because the ruler must settle the question of fairness for each child, while the latter do not have an active voice in the family business decisions. So here we're gonna propose that the time lag between becoming aware of the need to divest will be greater in firms residing in type 2 structures compared to type 1 structures, and the time lag between the awareness of the need to divest will be less in firms residing in type 2 compared to type 3 structures, while the family regrets will be greater in family business adopting the type 2 structures than businesses with type 1. The family structure type 3, which is characterized by equity in terms of inheritance and authority of the older generation. A family harmony is a primary guiding objective to the detriment of business performance, given the slowdown in strategic decision. So here we're gonna propose that the time lag between the realization of the need to divest will be greater in companies controlled by families with type 3 structure than in companies controlled by families with other structures, while the emotional regrets will be greater in families incurred in type 3 structures than in other structures. And finally, the type 4 family structure, which is characterized by authority and inequality. The eldest son is usually the chosen successor, while the others are expected to lead independent lives and develop their own livelihood. So the chosen heir plays a crucial role in the strategic decision of the company. And here we're gonna propose that the time lag between becoming aware of the need to divest will be greater in companies controlled by families with the type 4 structures than by companies controlled by family in type 1 structures. and the time lag between becoming aware of the need to divest will be less in families with the type 4 structures compared with type 3 structures. So here we're gonna see an interrelationship between culture, family structure, and the emotional archetypes. So the individualistic culture provides an environment conducive to quick decision-making with low emotional regrets, unlike collectivistic cultures, as do the norm of type 1 family structures versus type 3 family structures. So there is an interactive influence of community culture and family structures on heuristic behavior and strategic decision-making in family businesses. So the final proposition, the time lag between a leader's awareness of the need to divest and family regret will be less in companies controlled by families with type 1 structure residing in individualistic culture with disengaged emotional archetypes than any other family businesses, while the time lag between a leader's awareness of the need to divest will be greater in family business controlled by type 3 structure families residing in collectivist culture with nested or balanced emotional archetypes than any other family businesses. So here we are talking about family leaders who are expected to face varying degrees of resistance when making strategic decisions to divest from their businesses. So we can see that there's difference function of the combined influence of the culture versus in which a company is embedded and underlying beliefs about intergenerational relationships. So the family norms and culture have been shown to influence strategic decision-making in family businesses. And finally, we are understanding the cultural environment in which a business is embedded and family norms regarding intergenerational relationships influence strategic family divestment decisions. So the research application is to develop theoretical models based on well-established literature of sociology and anthropology. Is an important first step to understanding decision-making in family firms. And the next step will be to validate these ideas through empirical research and adapt them to the Moroccan context through a case methods by having directive or semi-directive interviews with leaders of Moroccan family businesses. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Farah. You actually went a little bit over time, so we don't have as much time to discuss, which is a pity because I think this is really an interesting topic. But thanks for your presentation. Well done. There is already one question in the Q&A session. Raymond is saying great presentation, first of all, and then he is asking, I'm curious if there is any consideration on entitlement, that is a growing attitude among now generation and new generation, and any impact it may have on the proposed ideas of your study.
So actually, I'm just starting my theoretical researches, so that's very interesting. It's a very interesting point to study. This presentation is based on the interpretation that I get from my readings right now, but this is a very interesting point that I will include generally in my research.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so thanks, Raymond, for this comment. So entitlement would be another construct that you might have a look into. I really also enjoyed your presentation, and I understood it is more a literature review right now, right? To kind of set the scene, set up the propositions. And my question would really be, if you go further and analyze the data, because Raymond is also saying looking forward to your findings, me too. So who are you gonna ask? So which cultures do you think about studying in your topic here?
Moroccan,
do you already have any ideas on that?
Yes, the Moroccan cultures especially. I will adapt my research in a Moroccan context. So I see that divestment was never studied in Morocco generally. Mm-hmm. So this will be my value in this research.
And I guess you will go for quantitative, right? Research.
Sorry?
Will you go for quantitative research or for qualitative research?
Qualitative research.
Qualitative interviews?
Yes, because I'm gonna study the culture, the emotion of leaders, of family business leaders. So that's
I think what really would be interesting is that you also look into other cultures, you know, to really have this diversity of collectivistic versus individualistic. That's just a comment or suggestion. So I think it would really be interesting to contrast, you know, because the next presentation we're going to hear is about Japan and Austria, for instance. So I think there is a lot that you could also interpret if you look into different cultures, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
So just a suggestion from my side. Okay.
It's noted. Thank you.
Okay, great. Then many thanks again, Farah, for your presentation. Well done. And we go to our third presentation, which is from Desiree, from my team in Austria, on inclusive and sustainable leadership in family firms, a cross-cultural study amongst MCI and our colleagues from Japan. And Desiree, you can share your screen, and then we are looking forward to your presentation on inclusive and sustainable leadership. Does it work?
Yes, hello everybody. Good morning. I just have some troubles to share my screen, but let's see if I figure that out. Just give me maybe one moment. All right. So let's see if it's working now.
It does, yeah.
Okay, that sounds really good.
Then the floor is yours, Desiree.
Okay. So good morning, everybody, again from my side also. Thank you, first of all, very much for the invitation. I'm very happy and glad to present our research here at the Family Business Research Day. My name is Desiree Visa. I am a university lecturer and a postdoc researcher at the MCI, at the Entrepreneurial School in Innsbruck, Austria, in the Family Business Center, together with Anita. I will present today a work in progress on behalf of my colleagues Yoshiki Shinohara and Rebecca Chang-hee Kim, who are with the College of International Management at Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University in Pebble, Japan. And Anita, she is also co-author, and the title of our research is Inclusive and Sustainable Leadership in Family Firms, a cross-cultural study between Austria and Japan. So family firms are the most widespread types of businesses worldwide and driven by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Family firms all around the world try now to shape, extend, and improve their sustainability strategies and practices. And considering the threefolded nature of sustainability, so the social, the environmental, and the economic dimension, family firms interestingly seem to put a special focus on the social dimension of sustainability. However, much of the scholarly discussion on family firms' engagement on sustainability, especially in relation to social sustainability, remains ambiguous, and it's arguably under-theorized. In this slide, adequate understanding can improve that can improve the crucial responsibility of family firms to contribute to the global agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals has been lacking. And in addition, leadership as a means to foster sustainable practices and the role of the leader as a catalyst for enabling sustainable development in family firms has not been part of prior debates in this field. And this paper connects both issues and addresses the social dimension of sustainability, taking a closer look at inclusive leadership from a cross-cultural perspective in family firms between Japan and Austria. And in terms of Japan, or in terms of social sustainability, Asian companies, including Japan, tend to regard the local community as the most important stakeholder compared to American and European companies, while in Austria, the region is of crucial importance too, especially if we take a look at family firms. They merely address it in terms of regional embedding. So they do not really say, okay, the region is our key stakeholder. And therefore, the paper focuses on national cultural differences by comparing Japanese and Austrian family firms in their efforts to become more socially sustainable, and we will conduct a comparative study of family firms across Austria and Japan. And doing so, we came up with the following research questions. First of all, how do family firms in Japan and Austria define sustainability, and which vision, mission, values, strategies, and business models are associated with sustainability in these respective countries, investigating in particular the target group, who are the stakeholders, what are the measures, which kind of activities, practices do they engage with, and what is the impact of all of these activities. Secondly, how and to what extent sustainability activities of family firms embrace inclusion in Japan and Austria. And then third, what are the differences and commonalities, the cultural and institutional differences and commonalities that can be observed across the two countries. And finally, we would also like to ask, how can cross-cultural learning of Japan and Austria be fostered to advance the knowledge and the global competitiveness of family firms, and how it can serve reaching the global goals and to trigger a more sustainable development. So let's see if I can, yes. Okay, so the methods that we will apply, so we will basically rely on a case study approach. We will identify family firm cases in both countries, so Japan and Austria, and we will do quantitative research and qualitative research. Quantitative research will include survey investigation, qualitative research will include interviews, and then we will do a comparison of the case studies, identifying the commonalities and differences. About the prospective results and contributions. So as I said, it's work in progress. We are just starting with our idea here, and therefore I think it's also in this context, it's really good that we have the chance to present it. So about the prospective results, what we seek is to stimulate further research to acknowledge that ignoring culture, first of all, could result in a mismatch between countries not moving in the same direction, while they are actually, in reality, pursuing the very same global goals. Relying on the SDG agenda. Or it can also result in missed opportunities to join forces and complement efforts to multiply outcomes. Next, we also want to refine the definition and also especially the understanding of social sustainability and social sustainability practices in the field of family firms. And we like to further explore the role of inclusive business leadership and culture in this context. We also like to give with this research insights into cross-cultural learning. And this is also important to us, and how it can be fostered to advance knowledge and the global competitiveness of family firms and serve the global goals of sustainable development. From a practical point of view, we provide family firms with a guidance on how sustainability practices can be fostered for inclusive leadership across different countries and cultures. And finally, our research should also be a kind of inspiration, stimulation for similar approaches, for similar studies which might like to include additional countries. So doing similar studies, comparative studies with other countries too. To learn more about other cultures, as we do only concentrate in our framework on Japan and Austria. Good, thank you very much for your attention, and let me know if you have questions and feedback, which is highly appreciated.
Thank you very much, Desiree, for your presentation. And we already have our first questions by Raymond. Again, thanks, Raymond, for your collaboration here and for your interesting questions. Raymond says, thanks and great comparative study. And he's just curious, why Japan versus Austria?
This is a very good question. And to be honest, it's how such kind of things often happen. So we kind of met at a conference for responsible management last year in September. And me and Anita, we had a track chair for family business research at this conference for responsible management. And then there we met the two colleagues, and they were Rebecca, for example, she's really into social sustainability, and Yoshiki, he's really into inclusion. And then we were like exchanging and talking a lot, and they were like, do you know, like we in Japan, we have many family firms, and we have one of the oldest that exist all around the world. And wouldn't it be interesting to compare our two countries somehow, and and focus on family firms and maybe sustainability, because, you know, we are at the conference, responsible management, sustainability, and that's also my topic. I'm really into sustainability. And we started from there. And we also thought like we have kind of very different approaches to culture, you know, and very different histories. Like we in Austria and Japan, we are really different on one hand side, but on the other side, also according to Hofstede and how he analyzes the cultures, we have also pretty much, or let's say, some interesting aspects in common. And that's, I think, where it all started. So it's more a kind of pragmatic approach.
Thank you. The second question of Raymond was, why the case study method? So why did we go for a case study comparison across Japan and Austria?
Thank you for this question. For us, it was really like investigating into cultural differences. We wanted to really go deep inside the companies and really experience them, you know, and therefore we opted for a case study approach. So it really goes beyond just assessing similarities and differences, but it's really about experiencing the whole case, like a whole family business, how they are dealing with sustainability in practice and going really inside the business also. So this was really important for us to have this in-depth approach also.
Many thanks. Raymond, great response. And this will be a good start of many comparative studies, and trust we do many of with African and European firms. Yes, definitely, Raymond. We would be definitely interesting to enlarge that. As Desiree said, the project is just being submitted for a grant proposal. So we're currently working on a grant that we also get some money for our research, and then we definitely are open to enlarge that to other countries, especially I think for the quantitative part it definitely is easy, because when the questionnaire is elaborated, then we can definitely share that with other cultures and also include them, but also for the qualitative part and analyzing the case studies in particular, I think that would be very fruitful for us, right, Desiree?
Yes, especially. We have been also talking to our colleagues who can't be here today, unfortunately, but they are with us in you know, in our minds, and they support us. And they were like, oh, that's so interesting. Because we are doing that together with Morocco and Cairo. And they said, immediately they said, okay, then let's expand for next time. Let's expand our research, doing also including like Africa as a continent. Then we have like Asia, Europe, and Africa. So that's definitely a goal for the future.
Yes, definitely. I think that would be really interesting to do that because comparing cultures, as also Farah said in her presentation on divestment, I think it's really interesting, right? And we can benefit so much from each other when we elaborate joint results, discuss those findings, and also highlight the cultural aspects in all our different countries on whatever topic it is, right? If it is this topic or another. Karima asked, did you find the impact of the legislative and political policies of the two countries impact on the human resource practices of the family firm sustainability?
Yes, as I said, like we are just starting the whole research. That this is a research proposal, so we don't have actual findings yet. But we expect to find especially also differences regarding legal aspects, political frameworks, surroundings, etc. Yeah, we expect that, but we will see.
Yes, we will see. We are really curious. As said, we are now working on a grant proposal to get some money for the project, and then we are happy to share with you the findings, hopefully in the next research day that we're gonna have next year. We'll see.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions for Desiree? If not for the moment, then I think, Randa, if that's okay, we probably just move into our deserved break session. And I think Randa would also like to play a short video or a campaign before we actually have our break, and then we go and listen to the next session. I do thank all the presenters. I think it were 3 very interesting, very diverse topics. Was really interesting, and I think the topic of strategy and management, whatever kind of aspect we actually look into, is a very fruitful one for family businesses, and I'm sure practitioners would also benefit or will also benefit from our research results a lot. So thank you all for presenting, and I hand over the word to Randa again.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you all the researchers for great insights and great discussions too. We will have a very short video, 2 minutes video regarding our campaign, I Moved My Business Forward, powered by PwC. Then we'll have our break, and we'll start then our second session. So we'll have our video now.
Eventually you can replay it. Yeah.
Yes, we will replay the video for the video, voice.
There's still no voice
Yes.
for me.
Yeah, still for me too. Okay, so we will start our break, and I am just waiting for all of you to attend our second session, which is really very important as it's about the family, business, and governance. We will have researchers from Egypt, Austria, and Morocco. So looking forward to start our great presentations and great discussions. Thank you.
Can I already share my screen or?
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our International Family Business Research Day and to our second session today on family and governance. Today, we'll have three research works presentations from Egypt, Austria, and Morocco. Each researchers will have 10 minutes presentations to be followed by 10 minutes discussions. Participants can type questions also in Q&A chat box. Our first presentation today is role identities and boundary work in family businesses. We have two co-authors, Katharina Beckert and Anita Zahrer from Austria. This research actually investigates the interaction of the multiple roles of family business members, specifically regarding the roles as a family and as a family member. So let's start the presentation to know more about the findings. You can share now the presentation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, does it work? Can everybody see my presentation?
Yes, it's clear.
So, hello everybody. My name is Katharina Beckert and I'm a project assistant at the MCI in the team of Anita. The topic of this research project is role identities and boundary work in family businesses. At first, I will shortly introduce the purpose of the research. I will then go on with the aim of this project and the research question. After that, I will briefly talk about the theoretical background used in this research and the applied methodology. Continuing the key findings and as well as some practical implications will be drawn. Finally, I will point to some limitations of the study and future research possibilities. Introduction and purpose. In family businesses, there is a unique interplay of family and business identities, which is one of the main differences in family firms compared to other firms. Previous research focused mainly on how to create close boundaries between the family and the business. So therefore, the domains of the family and the business, they have been viewed separately. But this approach often led to incongruent empirical results and confusion about how to manage the boundaries in family firms. And therefore, there is an increasing need for a more dynamic view of the two domains. So the close interaction of the business, the family, and also their individual members can lead to conflicting and contradicting situations. And because of this, it's very important to understand the often blurring and not very well-defined boundaries that can arise in this setting. So therefore, the aim of this research was to understand the interplay of the multiple roles and identities and their influence on the organization. Furthermore, another aim was to find out how the boundaries between these two domains can be managed. The research question of this project was how do family business members and their multiple roles across family and business impact the succession process of family firms? The theoretical background of this work was built around the notions of boundary work and role identities. Just shortly, boundary work, people create and also hold on boundaries to make sense and organize their environment for themselves. And such boundaries can be rather strong, so close to influence and segmenting, or they can be weak, so more integrating and open to influence. And individuals, as well as also organizations, can play a crucial role in creating and shaping those boundaries. A boundary work view provides an enriching lens for showing how individuals and groups can manage the difficulties and also the challenges that can arise in different domains. role identities. Roles have a very important impact on how much individuals integrate or segment different domains. And there can be different kinds of roles. They can be deeply rooted in one's personal identity, so saying who I really am, or they can be just more situation given. So role identities can be referred to the goals, values, beliefs, and norms, interaction styles, and time horizons that are typically associated with a role. And a person can identify with a specific role to a more or less degree. To sum up the theoretical orientation, organizational members can actively manage their boundaries in engaging in boundary work to focus on a domain which is currently most important to them. And boundary theory is a very good way to show and to understand how individuals and groups can react to challenges. And furthermore, it's very appropriate to study work-home interfaces, which is especially important in family businesses because these two domains are very integrated. Methodology. This research takes on a qualitative approach in form of a single case study of a family firm in South Tyrol. Case studies are a very useful method in the context of family businesses because data there is collected from a wide range of sources, for example, individual family firm members or from the whole family or also from the organizational level. Also, case studies are a very good method if the aim of the research is to better understand how or why a specific phenomenon arises. When researching family businesses, case studies are very useful because family firms are unique in nature. And yes, to organize and interpret the collected data, a narrative framework was chosen because through narratives, the researcher is able to gain a better and deeper understanding of the complex connection between the two domains of the family and the business. In this case, the empirical data consists of 4 narrative interviews of the family firm members. The data are rather small. The sample is rather small, but the chosen research method was a qualitative single case study, and therefore, yeah, the family firm only consisted of or consists of the 4 members, and also the chosen interview method was rather deep and time consuming. After coding and analyzing the interviews, 3 main findings arose. The first finding that came up was that fulfilling role expectations does not automatically mean identifying with this role. So the personal identity and the role as a business member can be highly segmented. The second finding, the biggest finding, was that the identities of the roles as a family member and as an organizational member in this case are highly integrated, and therefore it's very difficult, or yeah, for this family it was very difficult to create boundaries between these 2 roles. So the boundaries are blurring. One one can see this because of the shared name, the high personal presence in their corporate strategy, and also their values and goals of the family and of the business are deeply connected and shared. The third finding was that the degree to which individuals can identify with a given role does not only belong to contextual factors, but also a lot to individual factors, personal preferences, and character traits. So, so far, there is only little empirical research integrating the literature of family businesses and boundaries. So therefore, this research project contributed to the literature in looking at the dynamics of the multiple and intertwined roles of the family business members and showed how boundaries are managed in the special setting through engaging in boundary work. It furthermore showed that the family and the business are influencing each other constantly, and therefore they cannot be viewed separately, which shows that it's very important to look at the family and business identities with a more dynamic view and with a more unified perspective. And for practitioners, it can be useful to make informed decisions about potential advantages and disadvantages of more or less integrated identities of the family and the firm. So finally, just some short limitations and recommendations for future research. Yeah, one big limitation was that the sample of the study was rather small. And also the sector and the region of the study was very special. And yeah, also the narrative approach used for the interviews, because it can the narrative approach can enable the researcher to get very personal insights, but it also relies a lot on how much personal details the interviewed person is willing to share. Future research could include non-family employees into the study, could focus more on family firms with less integrated identities. And yeah, one could do more studies with regards to sector and region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Katrina, and your co-author Anita for your great presentation and your great work. I believe this research also, it has a clear originality. I will wait from our participants to write their questions in Q&A chat. But actually, I have also questions regarding your research. Regarding your design methodology approach, I would like to know more about your empirical data and about your interviews, how it was conducted, what type of questions. Can you elaborate more about this part?
Yes, the study was, as I said, I studied a family firm in South Tyrol. It's a family firm and they are producing essential oils, and they're doing everything by themselves. And yeah, the family consists of the father, which is the head of the business still, and the mother is helping, and two daughters, and the one daughter is going to take over the business, and the second daughter decided to leave the business and not to stay in the business anymore. And therefore, as I thought it's very interesting to study why the one daughter wants to stay in the business and really wants to keep up, and the other daughter she left home and she really decided to do something else. And yes.
Okay, and can you elaborate more about the questionnaire itself? What type of question did you ask?
I asked three main questions. The first one was about the history of the family and how it developed. And the second question was about their personal situation and their personal CV and from their childhood to now. And the third question was more specific on their roles they take on.
I have actually another question related to your findings. You mentioned that there are contextual and individual factors that can affect the role identity. So can also elaborate regarding exactly what main factors you can relate as important in terms of being contextual or individual?
Yeah, in this case, the younger daughter, she is more like the daughter who's decided to leave the company. She was rather introvert and not very social kind of person. And she told me that for her, it was always, as already in their childhood, it was always very difficult to deal with, like, they are selling products and they are like there are always many people there and they have a small shop. And the small daughter said that for her it was very difficult to deal with the situation because already there she didn't feel well. And the older daughter, the one who decided to take over the business, she's very extrovert. She loves working with people and she is very social. And yes, that, yeah.
Okay. As recommendations, because you tackled in your presentation two main topics actually regarding succession planning and the management as a separation of ownership from management. So based on your research and your findings, what can be your recommendation to assist family business to improve governance and to initiate what we call now the family business constitution?
Good question. I think I have to think about that a bit more.
Eventually, I might pop in here.
Okay, Anita, as co-author, you have the right.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I actually think that, and this is also the significance that this project shows, that it's really important to define the different roles in the businesses, right? And I think the family constitution as a governance mechanism, tool or instrument can really help doing that. So I think first and foremost, every family business needs to clarify in which roles they are acting, and also needs to be aware of the different role identities they have. And then I think it can be really beneficial if they know about it, to develop such a family constitution and to go into the right direction with regards to governance.
Okay, thank you, Anita, for clarification. And actually, we have another question here from Karima Price. Thank you for your great topic. Did you find that the role family had in the business was affected by the roles in home? Examples, if they were in supportive roles or leadership roles or different?
I asked them this question as well, the family members, and they really couldn't tell. They said that for them, it's like the business is like what they personally like think, or their personal values. None of them, like neither the father, the mother, or the two daughters could tell me that the one, like the role of the business is affected by the role of their family or vice versa. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Katharina. Thank you very much, Anita. Now we'll move to our second presentation today under our session of family and governance. Our second presentation today is the organization of small and medium-sized family businesses into hyper groups. We have also two co-authors, Badr Hava and Sukaina Abu Tayyibi from Morocco. Actually, this research also is very important, as is reflecting the importance of family business in the world, as it's no longer to be demonstrated, as families own and manage the majority of small, medium-sized enterprises around the world. So let's start the presentation and to know more about the findings of this research. Can you share your presentation, please? Sukaina, will you share the presentation or Badr? Okay.
Can see it right now, I think.
Yes, it's clear. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Sukaina Abu Taibi, a PhD student at University of Qadiyat, and I'm pleased to present you my the literature review of my thesis entitled "The Organization of Small and Medium-Sized Family Businesses into Groups." To do so, we're going to follow the plan presented. We're going to begin with the context of the research, then present the problem of the research, to carry on with the conceptual framework and theoretical framework. And finally, we're going to present the proposition we defined from our theoretical framework. So the prevalence of family businesses in the world is no longer to be demonstrated. Family own and manage the majority of small and medium-sized enterprises around the world. These businesses account for more than half of European and Asian businesses and represent 95% of Moroccan businesses. In addition to the wealth creation to which they contribute, family businesses participate in the growth of the economy, which make them one of its pillars. In the current dynamism of the world economy and the rise of its requirements, family-owned SMEs should develop their activities to ensure long-term success of their businesses. However, small and medium enterprises are reluctant to grow for fear of losing ownership, management control, and the family character. These enterprises try to adopt other forms of development which don't require the expansion of the company in the size, such as hypergroup structure. In light of this, we choose to do research on the process of hypergrouping in the context of family SMEs. So the hypergroup constitutes an organizational strategy which allows the grouping of very small and small and medium enterprises. The choice of this type of structure can be explained by several factors, external and internal, such as the environment, the market opportunity, the environments, etc. However, in the context of the family businesses, the hypergroup organization can find its origin in other reasons. In fact, the family is placed at the center of the decision-making process, which make the family a relevant character to study the process of hypergrouping. From there, our problematic is based on the following question. What are the family factors that influences the decision of small and medium enterprises to organize themselves into hypergroups? Through answering this problem, we seek to deconstruct the family character to identify which family aspects influences the decision of forming hypergroups. On the other hand, we aim to understand the hypergroup structure, its particular characteristic, and its advantages for family SMEs. So for our conceptual framework, the observed diversity of the object of study, which is the family small and medium enterprises, shows that the definitions must first obey a theoretical imperative. The definitions must show conceptually how it differs and what's the difference and why the difference matters. So the studies that have examined the question of the specificities of family businesses, they distinguish between monocriteria and multi-criteria definitions. For the monocriteria definitions, we retain either the criterion of family ownership or control, the criterion of the interaction of family company, or the transmission of the company to the next generation. For the multi-criteria definitions, we present those which retain two or more than one criterion. In our research, we adopted the following definitions, which is based on two criteria. The first, the owner family controls the majority of the voting rights. And the second is the desire to transmit the company to next generation. We added another criterion, which is more than one member of the family must be involved in the activities. From the multitude definitions existing, we could identify the particularity of families, small and medium enterprises, which is the interaction between two different systems, the company and the family. The family, it is at the center of the decision-making process, the existence of the non-financial objectives, and finally, the reluctance to grow. So for the hypergroup, the growth of family-owned enterprises can be accompanied by the development of structures such as groups. In the field of the small and very small enterprises, the concept of hypergroup is emerging. We distinguish two logics of small groups. The first, small groups which constitute the first step towards industrial groups through spin-off. In light of this logic, the small groups become obliged to go through the larger group. And there is another logic, which is adopted by Debray, Julian, and Marchand Chesney. They adopted the concept of hypergroup. In light of this logic, SMEs adopt this structure to take advantage of the growth and maintain the advantages linked to the small size. According to this logic, the growth in size is not envisaged. So according to these logics, the hypergroup could be defined as a group of, in the legal and financial sense of the term, of small or very small entities united by financial relationships that give one of them, the parent company, decision-making authority over other subsidiaries. The major difference between the hypergroup and the larger group is the non-separation between of the decision-making and the capital ownership. We found two types of hypergroups: entrepreneurial hypergroups, which are governed by a flow logic that valorize the assets and personal skills of their owners and managers, and the family the aim of this type is the reselling the enterprise in the medium or the long term. And there is the hypergroup, family hypergroup, where the manager is driven by a stock logic of patrimonial accumulation and concern of perpetuation of the business. This concern is aimed at transmitting the company to the next generation. So to analyze the organization of family-owned enterprises, we should base our research on different theories. In our research, we focused on two. The first is the theory of planned behavior, which determined the cause and the antecedents of intentional behavior. This theory make the attention is the core of the study of behavior. From this theory, we are going to explore the factors that determine the intention, which are the attitude, the social norm, and behavioral control. We're going to focus more on the social norm to explore its impact on the intention on forming hypergroup. For the social emotional wealth, this theory considers that family-owned enterprises are generally motivated by non-financial objectives such as identity, the ability to exercise family influence, emotional attachment, etc. The dimensions of the socio-emotional wealth will help us to identify the family factors that could influence the decision of forming hypergroups. So based on our conceptual and theoretical framework, we'll produce the following proposition. in order to explain the influence of family factors on the organization of hypergroups. We found out that there is 9 factors that could influence this decision, such as the maintain of control, the transmission, the increase in size of the family structure, the equality of successors, the conflicts among family businesses, the desire of successors to manage a company, the altruism within the family, and finally, the emotional attachment of the family members. To conclude, where I'm going to present the initial research model from that I found from the literature. This model summarized the factors that shape the forming or not of the hypergroups. We gathered the related factors, which gives a clear idea of the factor we're analyzing, and that's why for that we're having four groups: family objectives, family characteristics, and family problems, and finally the family values. My presentation has come to an end. Thank you for listening, and I'm open for your questions and remarks.
Thank you very much, Sukaina, and thank you for your co-author and supervisor, Badr, for the originality also of your work. Actually, we have lots of propositions to be tested. You mentioned like 9 or 10, so can you elaborate more about the design of and the methodology and the approach that you are going to follow to test all these propositions?
Okay, we're going to adopt a qualitative study based on the case study, multiple case study.
Okay, would you involve any comparative study? Because you mentioned that's basically it's related to Moroccan context. So do you have any plan to make any comparative studies to compare different cultures as well?
No, we're going just to concentrate on the context of the Moroccan.
Okay, actually we have a question here from Raymond. Thank you for this wonderful presentation on SMEs and hypergroups. My question, are we talking of hypergroups within the family business, or are we talking about hypergroups formed by different family businesses? The second question is, if later, how do we envision to take care of the conflict? So we can start by the first part of the question.
Okay, we talk about family business, a hypergroup formed by a family, not the different family members. We have the enterprise, the family. It's forming a hypergroup. Each member of the family is managing an enterprise from the hypergroup.
Okay, if the later, how do you envision to take care of the conflict? It was the second part of the question.
I didn't get really this. I didn't really understand what
about the expected conflict, as we expect always. So he's just provided another comment. So hypergroups within the same family. So do you expect any conflict as he reflected, and how to manage this conflict?
Within the same family?
Yeah.
Yes. The conflicts within the family is going to be it's a factor that influences the strategy of hypergrouping. Okay. It is like a solution. When we choose the strategy of hypergrouping, it is a solution to solve the problem of conflicts.
Okay, thank you for clarification. Actually, I have another question related to your research. What kind of limitation do you expect regarding your research, please?
the first limitation is that in Morocco we don't have we cannot find the very easy the hypergroups, because this structure, it's not very there's no juridic or we cannot very we could not found out where is the hypergroups, because it is the organization is working with this structure, but they don't really know the term of hypergroup. When we ask an enterprise, are you a part of an hypergroup, they don't really get this concept. So it is very difficult to determine which hypergroups, to identify the hypergroups that we're going to study.
Okay, thank you. Can you also elaborate a little bit regarding the practical and the social implications of your research, please? Exactly, because in particular, you mentioned the Moroccan context. So how this research will help in terms of social practical implications?
There's two practical implications. The first is that I said the hypergroup strategy is unknown for the public the authority. They don't really know this strategy in the advantages that it can afford. And the second is to motivate the family who's going to start a business to adopt these strategies, especially for the small enterprises, to adopt this strategy to benefit from the advantages of the growth, and at the same time preserve the advantage, maintain the advantages of the small size.
Okay. Thank you very much. We are expecting maybe more questions, but I actually have another question. Based on your stage now in your research, I know that you still have lots of work for sure to do, but at this level and regarding the literature review, from your perspective, what can be main challenges that may face family business in particular, and as SMEs that may face it today and in the future?
Please, can you, I didn't really hear you. There is an.
I'm talking about the main challenges generally that you are facing now, our family business in particular, SMEs, as you mentioned at the beginning, facing now in the future. What strategy, what challenges that they face as obstacles that they are facing currently, and what kind of strategies can be recommended based on the literature review that you went through now, based on our previous research works?
I think the challenges that small and medium enterprise family businesses are facing right now is the proposition I've already presented, because they're trying these entities trying to find solution for the conflicts of interest, to maintain the goal, to maintain the control, to ensure the quality of the successors. Those are the challenges that SMEs have in the adopting the hypergroup structures can be a solution for them to resolve all these problems. I don't know if I really
Yes,
Your-
thank you very much. And I believe we are all looking forward to getting the findings of your research, and maybe we'll meet next year also to discuss the outcomes of your work. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we're moving to our third presentation under the theme of family and governance. Our third presentation is Family Decisions, National Impact, Revitalizing Real Estate in Support of Tourism. The main author is Ayman Matkour from Egypt. Basically, this research is reflecting the Minister of Tourism aims to increase tourist arrivals into Egypt. That was aimed to be 30 million tourists yearly. But unfortunately, in fact, the highest tourist rate reached by Egypt was 14 million tourists in 2009-2010 season. So I believe Ayman will elaborate more about the role of family business and the impact of family business to promote society and in particular the tourism sector in Egypt. You can start, Ayman.
Greetings, can you hear me well?
Yes, it's clear.
Excellent. Let me share my screen. Can you see my slide clearly? Can you see my slides?
Yes, we do.
Yes, it's clear. Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
You can start. Thank you, Ayman.
So my research is actually at a very early stage, and it talks about the legacy architecture, which is available in Egypt, what I call unpolished gems. The American University in Cairo had published a book called Paris Along the Nile, Architecture in Cairo from the Belle Epoque. And these are mostly beautiful buildings from the late 19th and early 20th century. As you can see from the picture, they're really elegant. However, they're currently mostly in a state of decay and disrepair. At the moment, these buildings are inherited by the second and third generations of the once aristocratic and well-established families, particularly in Cairo and Alexandria, in neighborhoods such as the Malek, Garden City, downtown, and Heliopolis. Starting in 1952, after the revolutions, there's been a lot of sort of socialist laws that have decreased the rentals of these apartments and did something extremely exceptional, which is lock the monthly rentals for decades and decades and decades, obviously with negligible increases. So some of these beautiful apartments, for example, overlooking the Nile, would be rented for Egyptian pounds 30 LE or something like that, which is ridiculous, meaning that the owners of these buildings now cannot maintain them, cannot upkeep them. And it's just kind of a really, from an economic point of view and from every point of view, a ridiculous situation. So a change in law is urgently required to revitalize these assets and returns the gems to their golden glory. Most probably the reason why the law has not been changed is because it would be a socially unsettling situations, because this situation has been frozen for decades, for many years, and it just remains kind of in a status quo situation. Now, moving to a more positive outlook, in the middle of every difficulty lies opportunity. So where is the opportunity here? At the moment, tourism trends in the world are changing. Believe it or not, Airbnb is now the biggest sort of operator of rooms in the world. It has more rooms available for sale than all these world famous groups combined. So Marriott, Hilton, Intercontinental, Wyndham, and Ecole have 3.9 listings, while Airbnb has 4 million. while Airbnb does not own any of these properties. Also, the younger generation want more authentic experiences. They want to live local, be among the local population, explore the city on their own. And in addition to that, Airbnb is looking at introducing a new approach, not only catering to the younger generation, but catering to the wealthier, more experienced travelers who tend to use hotels. So it is expected that there will be an even stronger growth in the use of app-enabled accommodation around the world. Looking at the macro situation, there is a new Minister of Tourism in Egypt. He started around 4 months ago. He comes from a private sector. He has a different approach. His goal is to increase, tourism by 25 to 30% per annum. Quite an ambitious target. He wants this growth to be private sector led. Egypt's current share of global tourism is only 0.9% of the whole pie, which is really not its fair share. The goal is to have a minimum of 30 million tourists. However, there are two main challenges. One is the limited number of seats flying into Egypt, particularly the low-cost carriers, which are now really very trendy around the world. So there's an issue with that, and work is being done to increase the number of low-cost carrier seats. The second thing is hotel capacity. So there is a need to build much more rooms, which is going to take time to build all these hotels. Now, my idea is to marry two challenges and solve both, right? Because building these rooms and these hotels is going to take 4 or 5 years minimum. If we look at this legacy real estate issue and change the legislation to revitalize them, we could immediately create availability of rooms. Some people are able to rent just one room in their house. Some people rent the whole unit, etc. A company could be created, like a facility management company, to be a go-between the owners of the real estate and the apps to really provide all the housekeeping and other services, maintenance, etc. So this solution is like a fast-track solution that provides also a solution that is in line with the modern tourism trends. Where do we go from here? The biggest challenge at the moment is the change of legislation and really the mindset change. On the positive hand, we have a Minister of Tourism who's very private sector focused, comes with a fresh outlook. So it's a moment of opportunity. Obviously, there are many more stakeholders that need to be engaged in addition to the Ministry of Tourism, such as the owners themselves, the facility management companies, the parliament, and the banking sector. At the moment, I would suggest that further research and deep dive be done in order to explore this idea. The initial scope can start in the capital, Cairo, and the second capital, Alexandria, but there's also, I think, scope at a later stage to engage other real estate in other cities in Cairo as well. Try to be quick and swift and not take much time so as to enable opportunity for questions. Egypt has a huge diversity when it comes to its tourism offering, not just the traditional sort of monuments and cultural heritage, but there's much, much more than that as well in terms of the holiday and beach destinations and many other opportunities as well. So I stop here and I open the floor for questions.
Thank you very much, Ayman, for your presentation, actually, and the originality also of the idea. And you are actually tackling also very important topic for sure that we really do care about it in Egypt. My question actually that you mentioned two challenges, solving both as quoted from your presentation, but I would like to know more how you relate family business to solving this challenge or this problem.
These buildings, which are really beautiful and come from the turn of the century, etc., belong to the aristocracy in Egypt. Right now, these buildings are owned by the second generation and the third generation. So they're owned by families, and there are lots of people who have inherited these buildings, right? So there is a need for these families to look at how they can best use these buildings, and you need economies of scale. And that's why I have suggested that you need a facility management company to handle the maintenance, the housekeeping, the upkeep of these things. So like a go between the owners and the app-enabled accommodation.
Okay, and what is your proposed design and methodology for doing this research? Did you started already the research related to your topic?
That's really a very groundbreaking topic that I've just presented. So it's brand new. So what I suggest is that further research could be done. That's just the original creative part. But I would suggest that more stakeholders need to be engaged. There is also an issue of funding that research, because it's obviously there's nobody that has done any research to the best of my knowledge in this area. So lots of potential in the future, I would suppose.
So do you believe that it should be qualitative, quantitative research? Do you have any recommendation that you plan to conduct in near future regarding this research?
I have no personal plans at the moment to conduct further research until someone bites the idea. You need for someone to really express interest. So possibly maybe propose that to the Minister of Tourism and see if he has interest and wants to take it further. Then funding needs to be done. Obviously, both quantitative and qualitative research would need to be done. But in the first instance, there needs to be an appetite from a policy level to address that, because obviously it's a huge change of legislation and has significant impact economically and politically in terms of changing that legislation, because it affects a status quo that has been frozen for more than half a century.
And what about the expected limitations for conducting this research? I'm just waiting also for all the participants to type their questions, please, in the Q&A chat. But I'm really also willing to know more about the expected limitations of this research from your point of view.
I think if it's government sponsored and it has the backing of government institutions, that will facilitate the research, the engagement of the banking sector, which could have an interest in funding this mechanism as well. So obviously, due to the nature of that topic, and it's really macro level, and like I mentioned, political implications as well, you would need these influential institutions to be engaged so as to be able to do the research. And I would suppose that banking sector, which wants to invest in something that's new and creative, could actually be able to take that ball and run with it.
Okay, that's great. And you are tackling actually very important that we are all talking about it nowadays regarding the role of family business in terms of the social impact and the corporate social responsibility. So from your readings and your work so far, can you elaborate on the social responsibility strategies in particular for family businesses?
Well, I mean, there is a lot of emotional, historical, architectural value for these buildings. A lot of groups have an interest in preserving these beautiful buildings. They have a lot of value, connected to them, not just economically, but in terms of the history of the city and so on. So just by adopting this approach as well, there would be a value to the whole society and the whole community by polishing these gems, which are currently falling into mostly disrepair and decay and so on. So it actually has an impact even on someone walking down the street. It has an impact on the neighbors of these buildings, etc. And therefore preserving part of Egypt's architectural heritage and so on. Some of these buildings have been built by European architects as well during the late 19th century and the early 20th century. So there is also an international dimension actually to that as well. So definitely there is a CSR aspect as well in that, in terms of the impact on the whole city and the whole neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentations, and I believe also that you reflected various practical and social implications of this proposed research. Did you try to approach any entity to start this research?
At the moment, the next step would actually be to approach the Minister of Tourism. But my first step was actually to have a coherent storyline. You know, you need to have a business case, even in its most big picture stage. So the first step was actually to write this presentation, to present it today, and to see the reaction as well, because I want to see the reaction of people who have no idea about the subject, who are not engaged in that topic at all. So to see some of these reactions, maybe to refine the presentation a little bit. And then I think the next stage would be to talk to the minister. So that would be the proposed next step. If AUC School of Architecture wants to engage in that endeavor as well, I would be more than happy to have a conversation with them.
Thank you very much, Ayman, and best of luck in your initiative that I believe it will be very important for all of us. And maybe we can share also your findings next year in our next International Family Business Research Day. Thank you, Ayman. Now we'll have actually a break before we start our third session today on risk and finance. Our last third session will be moderated by Saad Laraki, Director of Research at ESCA Ecole de Management. Thank you very much, and we'll have the break and we'll meet again.
Hello, Randa.
Hi, Saad. We would like to start now our third session on risk and management, and you can start your first presentation, please.
Very good. It's 11:40 sharp. Well, I hope that you took a chance to have a quick lunch. So here in Casablanca, we are still in the morning, so you're already in the afternoon. I'm delighted that I will be moderating. So my name is Saad Laraki. I'm the Director of Research at ESCA. This looks like going to be a very interesting session. I mean, risk and finance is definitely a challenging subject for everyone. And I have to say that I'm really excited to hear what you have to say. My background is a little bit finance, but don't know much about family business, but still wondering how the nature of a family-owned business influence how risk is managed or maybe not managed. But in any case, we're going to have 5 interesting papers. The first paper is going to be from Egypt. That's wonderful. So let me just clarify that the format is going to be the same. So you will have 10 minutes to make your presentation. I will probably 1 minute before let you know that you have 1 more minute, or we can negotiate if you need a little bit more time. And then the following 10 minutes will be for Q&A, and I hope we'll have a lot of questions, and if not, I will ask. So without any further ado, we're going to have Mr. Mu'attaz Al-Hilali from Egypt, and the title of the paper is SEC Comment Letters in Family Firms. To you, dear colleague.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. So I know it's it has to be a quick presentation, so I would jump in. So my name is Mu'attaz Al-Hilali. I'm an assistant professor of accounting at AUC, the American University in Cairo, and this work is co-authored with my colleague Jihad Al-Aqili from King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals in Saudi Arabia. So basically, we are motivated in this study by investigating whether there are significant differences in terms of financial reporting quality in family firms compared to non-family firms. And the reason for this is that the prior studies actually provide some sort of mixed results. So some papers argue that family firms have more incentives for transparent and conservative financial reporting, and others actually take the notion that in family firms there is a control from the family over the firm, and then this is faced with a conflict of interest with less controlling shareholders. So this would incentivize family firms actually to seek some sort of private benefits through opaque financial reporting and less transparent financial reporting. On the rise at the same time, the literature on the SEC filing and the Securities and Exchange Commission, which is the main regulator for securities and financial reporting in the States. So they have a review process in terms of reviewing financial disclosures and financial statements of listed firms and filing firms at least once every 3 years. Also there are different characteristics in terms of the foundation of family firms compared to non-family firms, and also the family firms constitute a non-negligible mass of, for example, S&P 1500 index, because we are using US data for this study. So it's a very significant part of the ecosystem of corporations, and at the same time, they are different from non-family firms. So we need some sort of comparison, and also the literature on the SEC filing is emerging, and the results or the indications about whether family firms produce better financial reporting quality or not is still mixed. So basically, we examined the association between family firms and receiving SEC comment letters. So SEC comment letters could be on different filings, but we are examining the 10K, which is the full-fledged annual financial report. And we examine also whether the SEC comment letters and the remediation costs, so how they manage this process, we refer to remediation cost to indicate the higher duration in which the issues raised by the SEC is resolved, and the number of rounds of correspondence. This is what we refer to as the remediation costs. So we contribute basically to voluntary disclosure in family firms literature and the literature related to the determinants of receiving SEC comment letters by companies, because in that context of determinants of SEC comment letters, the nature of the firm, whether family or non-family, has not been investigated before. Basically, theoretically speaking, in terms of family firms, whether they should produce better quality of financial reports or not, and better disclosures or not, we have two competing perspectives. We have the entrenchment effect and we have the alignment effect. So on one hand, families controlling the firm, they do have the power, they can extract private benefits through opaque financial reporting, and then they can enrich themselves and gain more private control benefits. And the alignment effect, no, families have reputation, and this is a long-lasting effect. So we should be very clear, we should be very transparent, we should be avoid any problems related to lack of disclosure or lack of financial reporting quality, and hence we are always caring more about the quality of our financial reports and financial statements. So in terms of remediation costs, also there is prior evidence that some family firms have actually, or firms in general, that are engaged with less quality of external auditors have more remediation costs. And due to cost constraints and as well as general preference, family firms might prefer lower quality auditors represented by the Big Four auditors, as evident by Ho and Kang in 2013. And also we could conjunction that family firms might have less or weaker core setting of corporate governance due to their control over the firm and their awareness and their engagement in day-to-day business activities. So the external governance mechanisms or the corporate governance mechanisms could be weaker. And also prior studies shows that the ownership structure, usually if you have a high mass of controlling shareholders, then this would dampen actually board independence and monitoring capabilities of the board. And therefore, this could be more problematic when the firm receives a comment letter. So we test three main hypotheses. First is the likelihood of receiving an SEC comment letter by family firms is not significantly different. And the second one is related to the extent of issues. So how those issues actually in the SEC comment letters varies, is accounting, non-accounting, core accounting, or non-core accounting. And there is a classification that is offered at the appendix of the paper and the last two slides here about that, how we define that. And finally, the costs to remediate SEC comment letters for the family firms are higher than that of non-family ones. So without going too much in details about the regression models and the variables, we investigate those main three hypotheses, and we apply all control variables that have been evident in prior studies to have an impact on the likelihood of receiving an SEC comment letter. And we jump into the main results. So this is the sample. So we have a final sample of 18,107. And then when we exclude companies that do not have comment letters or receive comment letters to investigate or to examine models 2 and 3, this drops to 6,290. Okay, so the results of our regressions show that family firms are more likely to receive SEC comment letters, and also the number of issues raised in those comment letters is significantly higher. However, we find that the cost of remediation in terms of number of rounds and in terms of time are significantly less for family firms. So this is basically our most important, or one of the most important findings. We also find that family firms are less likely to receive comment letters related to accounting issues, but they are more likely to receive comment letters for non-accounting issues. And within the accounting issues, they are less likely to receive comments related to fair values, disclosure of fair values of assets, and are much more likely to receive comment letters related to revenues and revenue recognition. To make sure our results are robust, we run a battery of tests. So, for example, to control for the heterogeneity or the natural heterogeneity between family and non-family firms, we match pairs using propensity score matching, and we also run weighted least squares regressions to validate our earlier findings. And finally, which is very important, we find that the probability of receiving comment letters by family firms is significantly different if the firm is currently managed by the heir or the founder. So when the firm is still managed by the founder of the firm or the first generation, then we do not find significant effect between family firms and comment letters, but we find it more probable that family firms who are receiving comment letters are managed now by the second generation or the heirs. And we know that probably founders are more protective in terms of values, in terms of ethical standards of the company, in terms of caring about the family's reputation, which is represented by the family firm. So this explains a lot of the results. Also, the remediation costs that we find that is negatively related to the number of rounds or the remediation costs are also only significant if the company is still managed by the founding member or the founding generation. So to summarize the main findings, family firms are more likely to receive SEC comment letters. So this indicates that they are more likely to act some kind of opportunistic compared to non-family firms because of their ownership concentration. Family firms receive more non-accounting comment letters issues. And in terms of accounting issues, they receive fewer fair values, but more revenue issues. And this is corresponding with the evidence related to earnings management and trying to boost revenues and earnings that has been proven in other studies in family firms. And the lower remediation cost in terms of number of rounds that has been observed in family firms can be explained by the fact that they receive less fair value issues, which is completely complex or more complex to resolve than revenue recognition and non-accounting issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hilali. A wonderful presentation. At this point, I would like to have some members of the audience to ask questions. Could you, in the meantime, just clarify for the audience that may not necessarily understand the meaning of those comment letters? What does it mean to receive comment letter if you're not receiving?
Yeah, so the SEC is a regulator, and the regulator is responsible for the efficiency of the capital market and is responsible to protect the shareholders from any attempts to act opportunistically with shareholders using your financial reporting tools. So after the incident of or the regulation of Sarbanes-Oxley Act that enhances financial reporting quality and works on increasing the transparency of financial reports and decreasing the information asymmetry with capital market participants and market players, of course, then the Securities and Exchange Commission has a division of corporate finance. It's called the DCF, Division of Corporate Finance. So under the Division of Corporate Finance, they review all the filings of companies like the 10K, the financial statements, and each company must at least be reviewed by the SEC staff members at least once every 3 years. And then if they find something that does not actually correspond or comply with the relevant accounting standards or the disclosure practices that should be followed according to the law, then they start to share their concerns with the companies in terms of comment letters. And those comment letters could actually could be a very long process till they receive a no further comment letter from the SEC. So the number of rounds and the time between the resolving of the issue and the comment letter itself is called is referred to as the remediation cost. And the comment letter in itself is a signal that the regulator is raising concerns about the quality of financial statements and financial reports.
Thank you very much. Let me ask a follow-up question. Obviously, this research is done in Egypt, and I think your co-author is done, is in Saudi Arabia. but you are using the US data. So to what extent the context where you are in the Middle East is related to the kind of data that you have? Do you perceive that there are some similarities, or what is your impression?
So basically, we know that the data on SEC comment letters in principle is made public by the US, but probably they are not made public by other countries. So that's why we have to run the test through using US data. I would say that probably it is applicable to any country. However, we need to consider how is the legal protection of investors and how is the transparency, and those country level issues are similar between the US and whatever country we are investigating. So for example, if we have a country with high scores in terms of investor protection and legal, the rule of law, as they say, then we would expect similar results. If it's much weaker in the States, then we could expect even worse results. So that's the point, is that when we are talking about common law countries, so we are in the highest rank in terms of investor and legal protection. So if the problem persists there, then most likely in any other country with weaker legal setting, it might be even more observable. We cannot negate that things could work differently in other countries for other reasons. But on the surface, so far, given the available evidence, this is what we have in terms of literature.
Because my bias is that, large firm, non-family large firm or large multinational enterprises are much bigger in the US than we may have in North Africa or in the Middle East. So yes. To what extent you can control for the size of the firm?
No, we control for everything like that. So all firm characteristics and external auditor characteristics are controlled for, so that we don't have biased coefficients on our estimates.
And can you zoom to the size of the firm that may be more related to what we may have in the Middle East and North Africa?
Comparability is difficult in the Middle East and North Africa because you usually, even if you have data for a very limited number of companies.
Very good, very good.
Well, so it's worth investigation, and we wanted to do that actually, but the data is not helping.
Very good. Well, I have no further question. I don't see any question from the audience. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your presentation, and I hope that you may be able to publish this paper. And
hopefully we are working on that at the moment.
So what is the next step in terms of continuing this research?
My co-author has actually presented this in a conference related to the American Accounting Association last January. We are working on all the comments that we received from the discussants there. And we are actually making some amendments and applying some additional tests because we find that our major contribution is that firms managed by founders behave differently than firms that are managed by heirs, because the founders are the preservers of the values of the family, which is actually reflected on the firm, compared to the younger generation, which might be focusing more on how to increase the revenues legitimately or illegitimately.
Wonderful, excellent perspective. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So our next session will be a paper from Gondula Glovska and Anita Zerer, so papers from Austria. So the title of the paper is going to be on risk management in family firms. And who is the presenter? Anita?
Yes, hello, it's
so
me.
To you, Anita.
It's actually Gundula.
Yes.
It's just a different name appearing on
Sorry.
your screen.
Gundula, very
yeah,
good.
It's Gundula presenting, yeah.
I try to change my name now, just a moment. Okay, now
Perfect.
I should be fine. That is my name.
So you have 10 minutes, and then we'll have 10 minutes
I have
Q&A.
a presentation. Can I upload it?
Yes.
Please do.
Where do I upload it?
Bildschirm freigeben.
Ah, yeah, perfect.
Perfect. We can see it.
All right, so I will start straight ahead since the time is short. I will have a short presentation on a research we just started to do, so it's not the full results, but maybe we can have a fruitful discussion on how to improve our coding process and what else, what interviews we should add. It's a study from, my name is Gundula Glowka and Anita Zera. We are both from the Management Center Innsbruck, and it's a pleasure to be here today. So when entrepreneurs do business, they need to make decisions on what projects they realize in order to remain competitive in the long run. And of course, those projects in real life always bear a certain amount of risk or even certain amounts of uncertainty. And Miller, in his concept of entrepreneurial orientation, for example, states that it's not about just taking blind risks that lead to success. So I can not just take any business risks or decide blindly for which project I take, but it's rather about taking the right amount of risks while having an ability to spot the opportunities and the willingness to pursue it. And Sitkin and Pablo argued that the risk-taking behavior, so how we behave and what projects entrepreneurs then realize, depend on risk propensity, which is the tendency of risk-taking, if I'm risk-averse or a risk taker, and also the risk perception, which covers everything that is the subjective assessment of risks, which is influenced, for example, by history outputs or other elements. And we also think that risk perception is influenced by it's an individual assessment. And in the domain of family businesses, of course, we will then come up with the questions, does generations or does the family influence those risk perceptions we have? Does it have a difference on how family businesses manage their risk behavior? Is there something like the transgenerational entrepreneurship, which is a way of understanding that how entrepreneurship is handed over from one generation to the other in longer lasting family businesses influence the risk perception of different generations or of family entrepreneurs? We have, and that leads us to first that we think it's not straightforward how family firms take decisions and handle risk, which is in itself a very important and interesting topic to research. And they have different dynamics compared to non-family businesses, such as stewardship theories or their long-term orientation. They might decide not only for profit, but have different goals in mind as well. And we think understanding that risk-taking behavior is essential to gain more knowledge about the family firms, and of course, in the end, being able to maybe support them with an infrastructure for taking in their risk environment responsible decision and guaranteeing long-term success and resilience of such firms. And the research question we stated for our research is how those risk taking is perceived in different generation, junior, senior generations and we focus on small and medium-sized family firms in the tourism industry and the food and beverage industry. I come to that in a minute when I explain the method of the research. So what we did is we have for now a multiple case study approach applied. We interviewed 3 small and medium-sized family firms. Those firms are family run and family owned. They had to be, that's the last paragraph here, they had to be at least in the 2nd generation. So a 1st generation family business wouldn't be regarded in our research. Then since it's small and medium-sized businesses, we said they had also to have at least 10 employees. So at least 10 employees and up to 250 employees. And the family, as there is a discussion, of course, on what percentage of ownership still can be regarded a family business. But for the small and medium-sized sector, we said that at least 50% of the ownership must be in the family hands. And there must be 2 people actively participating in the family business. And that is an overview. So we did 7 interviews in 3 firms. And initially we started, when we did the qualitative coding, we used MaxQDA for this, started to look at age differences and also at generational differences. So maybe that a family business that is in the 2nd generation would show differences to some a business in a longer generation. But actually, we only find differences in the age generations, and we use here you see it again. So we use the baby boomers, generation X, generation Y as a differentiation for now to present our results. So that was the first finding. So it's more about how the age of the entrepreneur we interviewed itself, rather than what generation is the business in, for example. And this leads to the result that risk perceptions of the different ages seems to is influenced by just the environment you grow up. And the first finding, it's the 3rd point here, was that being risk averse was reported as quite negatively. So if we would ask the family business owners about if they are risk averse or not, they would for themselves, most of them would say, yes, they think they are a risk averse person. But if we talk to them in general about risk averseness, or if you have to take risks, they had negative attachment to that and said, you have to take risks, that's demanded. So that is kind of something we can look deeper into. A second finding was that family members with a large family background tend to take more risks, but they didn't perceive themselves to be risk takers. So when they reported that they reported about a project they did, and objectively you might assess that as a big investment, for example, they didn't perceive that as taking too much risk. So they would, even if they made a huge investment, they would say for themselves, but no, we are not taking risks. So we might connect it to that there is kind of a safety net and a family business resilience. So that even maybe for them, it wasn't such a big investment and they even weren't taking risk, but that's not that easy to assess. And yeah, that smaller family firms tended to take less risk. Then we have 2 more results I will discuss, and we will open the discussion. So the third one was that in terms of personal risks, baby boomers and the Generation X was reported to have a lower risk propensity, more or less, and the Generation Y was in general perceiving risk as was more risk friendly in how they viewed projects. Baby boomers approach risk very cautiously, and Generation Y takes more risks, and Generation X has a quite open approach to business risk and personal risk at all. So when we asked them about risk management, the baby boomers could say they more react to a risk. So they don't go out and take huge information, but they seek information of trends and risks. And then if they feel they have to react, they do so. Generation X was more proactively searching for potential risks and analyzing them more, and the Generation Y reported that they wouldn't overanalyze risks and go more for like their gut feeling in the decision-making process and how they perceive the risks. So yes, this is an initial
Thank you very much, Gundala. Very interesting presentation. I learned a great deal. Well, I have some question regarding the fact that your sample is only three firms, and you have 7 interviews. So to what extent the result that you are associating with the different generation X, Y, and so forth really can serve to say that those results are for family business. Especially you mentioned at some point that it's about risk perceptions, and then the family cultures probably has a role. But even beyond the family culture, I mean the country culture and the regional culture, how your result can serve to really have a better understanding of family business, how they perceive.
I think the thing is what we expected to find in those starting interviews, because of course we plan to do more interviews, but what I expected to find was that there is a big difference between the firms, how they handle risk. So if there is a family business that is very safe and very risk averse, all the generations would be risk averse, because they learned that behavior a little bit from the senior generation, and then the junior generation might continue to lead the business in the same way. So this is kind of what you should never expect, of course, but what I had in mind when I set up the multiple case study. But what we actually find now is that it's not like this, but even if it's the younger generation, they all have a different perception in the risk compared to the senior generation, but it doesn't really differ in the family businesses itself. So if it's another generation following, and of course now we can think of how do we extend the interviews or present the findings, because is it even good to stay in the baby boomer, Generation X, Generation Y samples? Or should we just, for example, interview entrepreneurs that are from non-family businesses, and then we can say, even there, the Generation Y, they have a similar mindset.
The other element that really is also intriguing in terms of extrapolation, your sample is taken from generation of businesses that are the second and third and fourth, right?
Yes.
My understanding is that from first to second generation, you probably have 50% of the firm that disappear. And at least in the region where we are, the third generation may represent only 2 or 3%, maybe maximum 5%. So to what extent your title is valid in terms of talking about family business, because it's very small percentage of firms that get there. And those firms that may get there and only 3%, those are certainly firms that really are exceptional. So how can you generalize?
That's true.
Talk about
That's true. I mean, we focused only, we said second generation is already a family business. So that's how you define it. If you don't want to say, okay, I take the second generation in, it has to be more than 3 generations. Of course, I can present it differently. I think in the tourism industry, it is now a huge challenge to keep those businesses alive in against the climate change, for example, or that people don't want to take over the business. I think it's relevant even from the second generation here. But of course, we can talk about, that if you only regard it fruitful from, more generations, it would be an idea. But it's actually not that easy to then find family businesses that are in the tourism, kind of have to have the same environment and are already in such a long generation.
Any question from the audience?
Sure, please.
Let me throw out a question. I mean, given that your sample is limited and you said that they are in tourism and food beverage, so how is it influenced by the sector or even by the period that you are studying? I mean, if it's a recession time versus booming, and depending on the sector and the size, how do you account for all those elements?
In terms that, of course, if I only concentrate on one sector, I assume that all those businesses were in the same situation. You know, so if my external environment is the same for all my firms, then I don't have to regard it as too much. You know, that is the thing. If I go into different industry sectors, then of course maybe a crisis has a different hit one industry different than the others, but they are all in the same situation. They kind of all have to handle the same environment, same risks. So that makes them valid, I think, to study. It would reveal the differences because they have to deal with those risks at a certain time.
I just received a question. Let me read it for you. Have you considered husband and wife teams or co-preneurship in your scope of family business? And did you find diversification to play an important role in mitigation of risk?
Actually, we have not until now, but I think that is a very interesting question. If you study their husband and their wife in a team together, if they would have then the same risk taking, I will take that as a note. We have not.
Yeah, no. That would be interesting to.
That would be.
So, what is how would you follow up on your research after this paper? What's the perspective?
I think we want to conduct more interviews, but we have to think of a smart way of how we reveal those differences we found now. So as you said, but maybe it would be good to study another business that is in like the 4th generation. You know, open it up a little bit to more differences here.
That would be interesting. Maybe looking at the family business that went bankrupt and went to find out why it went bankrupt.
Yeah, why they are not here. Well, usually they have to pass some time until they give interviews.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gundula Brovka, for your presentation, a very rich presentation, and I wish you good luck for continuing doing research.
Thank you.
In this area.
I have actually the best supervisor by my side with Anita, so.
No doubt. You're in good hands.
Yes, exactly.
Well, we look forward to have you in the conference maybe in 1 or 2 years.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Anita, also. So So we're going to be shifting gears and moving to the third presentation. So the third presentation is from Morocco. It is a paper written by my colleague and friend Badr Habba and Ilyas Taki. The title of the paper is Internal Control and Risk Management in the Moroccan Family Businesses, an Exploratory Approach.
Hi, everyone.
So I think it's going to be Ilyas Taki who is going to be presenting. To you, Taki.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. I'm going to share my... Hope you see my screen.
Yes, we do.
Okay. So, hi, everyone. First, I would like to thank you for this research day and for the interest in this area of research, which is family business. So the work paper I'm presenting today aims to study the importance given by the family business managers to internal control and in which way the risk associated to these companies are tackled. I'll try my best to respect the time given by the organization committee, which is 10 minutes for the presentation. So this presentation is gonna take place according to the following plan. We're gonna start with an introduction, a general one, which will be followed by the methodological choices, theoretical and empirical framework of the research. And we're gonna conclude with the results and the findings. So as an introduction, I would say that this research was born or emerged with some questions that followed fairly intensive readings around family businesses. This type of companies, which according to the theory constitutes the majority of companies all over the world. In Morocco, we're talking about more than 90% of the Moroccan economic fabric are business families. Again, according to the theory, this type of company shows good financial performances. Despite this financial success, family business find real difficulties in sustaining. Only 10% of family businesses can survive into the third generation. Moreover, empirical studies also prove that one after the other, the family businesses struggle in their need to survive. Several authors have been interested in analyzing the reason behind this situation and stipulate that this type of companies is subject to its own risks. And they underline that the fact of being badly managed or not very well understood, these risks lead the business families to disappear or simply to be absorbed by non-family businesses. Faced with this situation, several references such as COSO 1 and 2, the Financial Markets Authority, draw our attention to the importance of internal control as a mechanism allowing optimal risk management and giving reasonable influence on the achievement of the objective of the family business. We have therefore noted that family businesses incur their specific risks that hinder their sustainability, and that internal control mechanisms are likely to help them control these risks. So this is how we set ourselves to the problem of answering the following question. So what is the impact of formalized internal control system on the management of the specific risks of family businesses? From that question arise other research questions that are what are the various risk categories that are specific to this type of company, which is the family businesses. The second one, how does the family business organize an internal control system to manage these risks? What is the role of management in the establishment of the formalized internal control within the family businesses? And does a formalized internal control system have an effect on all types of risks incurred by the family businesses? Thus, the purpose of this research is to achieve through an empirical study, better understanding of the internal control practices of family businesses in Morocco and all over the world, and more especially to identify the place that these companies reserve to the internal control to avoid, if not reduce, these risks that are specific to this type of company. So the first thing we conduct is a focused literature review on the risks affecting the family businesses and highlight the opportunities by a formalized internal control system in family business sustainability. So through the literature review, we have listed a range of typical risks of family business that we have drawn up in a risk map divided into 3 categories of risks inspired by the objectives of internal control according to the causal approach. So 3 main objectives of the internal control according to the causal. Each type of risk is linked to its source, which can be the family, management, owners, or the other stakeholders. So the first category of risk is strategic risk. It contains the risk related to the strategic directions, the risk linked to diversification, the investment project. The other category of risk is operational risk. It contains the risk related to family dynamics, family units, family control and agency conflicts, behavioral biases, selection of leader, and succession and transmission. The third category is risks related to the reliability of reporting. It contains transparency of the financial information, the accounting organization, and the family businesses, earning management, and then financial information. Given that risks are supposed to be challenges to be overcome by the family business and to translated into objectives to be achieved, we have approached the internal control as a mechanism able to control and manage these risks. So we have agreed through the theory that the internal control constitutes a mechanism able of limiting or even running out the sources of risks in family businesses through 3 objectives, which are intended to control the risks that we have listed in our global mapping of risks. These objectives of the internal control according to the causal are the following. There are strategic objectives, operational one, and objective related to the compliance with laws and reliability of reporting, especially financial reporting. Still, according to the theory, the internal control is based on 5 components that interact between each other. Those the control environment, the risk assessment, the control activities, communication, and the management of internal control. So that's the synthesis of a crossing between the contribution of the literature on the risk specific to the finance, to the business families, and the internal control within the family businesses allowed us to analyze our qualitative empirical research. So our objective is in this empirical research being to explore the stage of control in Moroccan family businesses. At first sight, the constitution of our sample for the exploratory study was dictated to us by the difficulty to access to the leaders of family businesses. This is a target sampling by convenience. Our study was based on 23 semi-structured interviews with 20 family business managers and 3 chartered accountants. Having already identified the themes and sub-themes in our interview guide, we conclude a thematic content analysis on the interviews. The duration of interviews was between 30 minutes and 1 hour. So what are the results of this empirical research? The findings are absence of formalized mechanism of control in majority of family businesses, while being aware of the value of internal control managers they are reticent for fear of paying dearly in money and energy, and they think their companies are too small for having an internal control system. We observed through this study that decision-making process are not formalized and based on an intuition of the manager and family leaders. And in last point is that family values and culture are the most dominant aspect preventing the establishment of a formalized internal control system. This is, and I want to thank you for your attention and the pleasure to discuss this study.
Thank you very much, Ilyas Taqi. A very good presentation. I'm waiting for some answers, but in the meantime, maybe I can discuss with you your findings. And as you know, I'm kind of influenced by my own experience managing sometimes a family business, where I felt that it is not always an easy task when you are surrounded with family members. But clearly, a lot of family business in our area are not managed by professional managers. And in fact, a lot of youth, when they are looking for a job, they are reluctant to join a family business because they feel a family business will not offer them a career. And to an extent, they are right, because they feel like the management is not always professionally run, and if you are not from the family, you have no future in terms of climbing the hierarchies. So to what extent are you controlling your sample in terms of identifying if this family business has a professional structure in terms of people with experience and expertise? I'm especially talking about risk and finance. How do you measure for the fact that those businesses are run by people who know finance and have an expertise and experience in finance?
Yeah, you're right. That's a good question. I think that as our study, a qualitative study said, these companies are managed with intuition of the manager. Sometimes we need more formalized procedures and formalized internal control to conduct this relation between the employee and the management. I think family businesses should give more attention to this point for having like a good space work for non-family employee.
Very good. And how do you account for the fact that most family businesses are not necessarily well diversified? If you contrast with large firms that may not be family owned, I think you may have a more diversified portfolio of activities, while family business may lack this level of diversification. And as you know, when it comes to risk, you can diversify your risk if you are not putting all your eggs in the same basket. And family traditions sometimes lead a business to continue in the same way. So how do you account for that element in terms of? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good observation. And I think that big families have passed like across very good experience in formalizing their procedure and their internal control in general. So these big companies, our study is more, we think that our study could be more interesting if we go through these small and medium companies that are not legally like big companies. They are legally they should have some formal procedure because they have legally this point to have the bilan, the balance sheet, exactly. So small companies don't have this aspect of formalizing their internal control. This is why we think that it's important to give advice to these small companies that constitute the majority of companies in our country and all over the world. Like I said, according to the theory, they constitute more than 90% of companies in Morocco. So we think that it's more interesting to give advice to these small and medium companies than to the biggest ones. They are already doing great. So we think the small one need more advice.
Very good. And to what extent your results are aligned with the literatures, and how the example of Morocco could be similar to other regions, like in Europe or the US? Have you?
Yeah, I think that these results can say that the family business is a specific company, and the Moroccan family business is more specific than other countries. There are some similarities, but Moroccan families have their specificities because we have our own culture. So I think the next step for us is to go toward a quantitative study in which we're gonna go through to our conceptual model, which will contain the result of this qualitative study, and we're gonna try to extend our research in the future to other samples other than Moroccan company. Maybe the MENA region is very attractive as a research topic.
Very good. Well, I have a question from the audience. Let me read it for you. Have you found evidence of quality management systems being used as a form of internal control in your sample?
Can I hear it a second time, please?
Have you found evidence of quality management systems being used as a form of internal control in your sample?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think it's the main idea of our study is that according to the theory, the evidence is that a good internal control can make these companies survive, and they can be managed as well as big companies that have internal control and formalized procedures. I think this is the main idea that motivates our research, is that we have we are conscient that internal control can constitute an evidence for a good performance family companies, and it can help them to survive and go through because we're talking about only 10% of these families can go to the third generation, which is really an information that we should think about.
Thank you, Elias. Well, I think if the Moroccan firm has some specificity, it will be interesting now to do a similar work, and I think you can easily reach firms outside of Morocco to do the same kind of approach interviews, and maybe contrast the family firms in Morocco with Egypt, with Lebanon, with Tunisia, and that will be interesting. So what is the next step in terms of researching this subject?
Yeah, first thing I want to suggest to you and the participants that want to go through the details of the global mapping of risks in family business that is shared on my screen. It's an article with me and my supervisor, Mr. Hebba, and Mr. Tayyib Brada. It is published in the International Journal of Business and Management, and it includes the details of the risks, and every risk it's with its source from the literature. And the next step, as you said, sir, is that we're going to work on these results to publish them in another review.
Very good. Thank you very much, Elias. Thank you for this last
one. Thank you very much, sir.
I really appreciate your presentation. And the next presentation is also coming from Morocco. So the title of the Next paper is decisional reaction of Moroccan small family firms in financial distress situation in light of paradoxes of psychological factors. Paper by Badr Habba and Huda Arugay. So to you, Huda, I suppose that will be presenting, and you have 10 minutes. So can you, Ilyas, remove your presentation, stop sharing? So
okay.
And that way, Huda. Yeah.
Yes.
To you.
Good afternoon. Okay, just 1 minute. I'm gonna upload my PowerPoint presentation. Is it visible? Well, dear participants, good afternoon. Please allow me to introduce myself first. I'm Huda Arugay, a PhD student at the University of Qatar, and I'm here today to present my work about the decisional reaction of Moroccan small family firms in financial distress situation in the light of paradoxes and psychological factors, co-authored with Mr. Badr Habba. The plan of the presentation will be divided into 4 main points. The first point is the context and main research question, then the theoretical and conceptual background, the methodology, and at last, not least, results and discussion. Well, financial distress, family firms are prone to financial distress situations that jeopardizes their survival. While a growing literature reveals that family firms in financial distress heighten performance better than non-family firms, a missing piece within this literature is how able are family firms to deal with the situation and how they react during this period. So the reaction of the family owner manager is going to be framed by the decisional aspect and the decision aspect, highlighting the 2 reference points, the CEW, the social emotional wealth, and the financial wealth. To do so, we intend to answer the following main question. What are the decisional reactions of Moroccan small family firms in time of financial distress? So we're intending not only to explore the decisional reaction, but to understand the reasons behind those decisions. As distinct from previous studies, we present responses from different disciplines, and we shed light on a firm size that is less covered in this topic. So let's move on to the definition of the main concepts. Family firms, we will adopt the definition proposed by Sarah Mtibah that tries to adapt the family firm definition to the Moroccan context. Then financial distress, which is a situation of where the financial obligations of the firm is met with difficulty or not at all met. It's actually not a one-time process, but it's a process that starts with insolvency and performance decline to bankruptcy. So the decisional reactions drawn from the literature could be divided into 3 dimensions. The first one is the strategic one, such as strategic renewal as a decisional reaction, the financial dimension with the sale of assets, reducing dividends, and the internal management dimension with reducing the human capital, changing of some key positions. So putting together all those decisions allow us to notice that the decision deviates and tend to deviate from the unique characteristics of the family firm to a different orientation, to a more financial orientation that leads to an emotional deterioration. So that will be our first proposal. to explain the factors behind this decisional reaction, we identify 3 factors. The first is identity. We choose 3 forms of identities: family member, owner, and manager. So we can predict that in periods of financial distress, the identity of the manager guides the decision-making process. The second factor is the mixed gamble between financial and socio-emotional wealth. So we can predict that in a financial distress, we could have financial losses and as drivers of the decisional reaction, or maybe there is a balance between financial and non-financial gains. The third factor is other paradoxes. So SEW and financial wealth are not the only paradoxes within family firms. There is other paradoxes. So we did choose 3 of them. The paradox of care and merit, growth and liquidity, tradition and change. So we predict that during financial distress, the paradoxical conflicts between those poles will be eradicated, and only one orientation will persist. The conceptual model of our research sets out as follows. To address our main research question, where we are conducting a qualitative exploratory study, the survey was addressed to 3 responder profiles. The first result is, of course, the decisional reactions. So there is numerous decisions taken by the family owner manager during financial distress. For a more clear picture of those decisions, we can present them in according to a timeline. Starting from an early age or stage of financial distress to a more critical one. So we can notice that the decisional reaction did actually vary according to the timeline. So the first explaining factor that we explore is the financial distress duration, the financial distress stages. So in the first stage, we are shifting from a balance between the SEW and financial gains to a more severe retrenchment, to a more solely one orientation. This, of course, approve our first proposal and our third proposal. Second explaining factor is the identity. So we can identify two preponderant identities, the identity as the manager. So in this case, this identity will encourage manager to take more severe decisions and to take the best decision, taking into consideration the dichotomy between financial losses and financial gains. The identity as owner and family member, well, the decision here is surrounded by the family ties and family values. The third factor is fear, but unfortunately, it didn't allow us to have conclusive results, because as the psychologist states that we need to add personal traits if we need to know which way the manager took, the flee one or deploying more efforts. And the last factor is paradoxes. Well, in financial distress situation, there is the conflictual paradox between those two poles actually is eradicated. There is only one orientation maintained, which is in the first case the merit, and in the third case change. But growth and liquidity paradox still persists in family firms during financial distress. So combining those parameters, we can actually have 2 types of decisional reactions. The first one is occur occur in the most critical step of financial distress. So this is the first explaining factor. The second one is the identity as a manager. So this identity will encourage the manager to take decisions based on the financial losses. The importance of those financial losses will reduce the ownership effect, which leads us to the family as the reference point and the heritage of the family as a reference point. So he will try to keep liquidity for a new investment. The second decisional reaction combines owner and family member identity. So the decision here is surrounded by the family size, which will boost the ownership aspect, and there will be a balance between the firm and the family as reference points, and the balance between socio-emotional wealth and financial wealth. They will aim, of course, to grow their business, to change and adopt a merit orientation. To conclude, this is a call, actually more than a conclusion, to future researchers in order to integrate more cases according to the stage of financial distress. We need to extend our sample, because since financial distress was an explored factor, so we didn't actually divide our sample based on this criterion. Then we have to add other psychological factors, the personality traits and characteristics, and analyze other paradoxes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Huda Arugay. Very interesting presentation. I would like to ask the audience to put some questions. In the meantime, maybe we can discuss, or at least I can share with you my biases and my conception of viewing your topic. I mean, I have a feeling that when family have a very aggressive approach to accumulate wealth, their family business usually are distressed. So I don't see the relation between financial distress and making the family distress itself, because you mentioned a lot of factors that are psychological. So in that sense, it is very much subjective in terms of really grasping and measuring. So that's why I'm kind of puzzled to what extent your result do align with the literatures, and also to what extent the Moroccan context is specific, and how do you define the Moroccan family firm?
Well, first of all, this subject is actually original. So even the international researchers conducting or analyzing the same subjects are minimal. So it's an exploratory approach. The starting point was to first of all analyze all the reactional decisions, all decisions made during the financial distress. And then I did conclude or notice that those decisions actually vary during the stages of financial distress. We are moving from a balance between CEW and financial wealth. Why? Because in the Moroccan context, while investigating those small family firms, for example, for the case of the family firm number 2 and number 1, even if they are in a middle situation of financial distress, they still combine the CEW and the financial gains. For example, they refuse to reduce the capital, the human capital, even if they need to do that if they want really to boost their financial situation. There's still actually in the first stages a conflict between the SEW and the financial wealth. This was actually even a reflection and starting of a reflection of Richard in 1999, but they never studied this reflection in an empirical way. in a most critical step of financial distress, we can actually notice that they try to deviate from these unique characteristics. For example, the reputation as a non-financial goals in a critical situation is not, it doesn't matter. The family firm could go for earning management, could go for more severe retrenchment, and we can notice that sometimes they are, like if they are going through a behavior of non-family firms. And what differs in the Moroccan context is that maybe some I couldn't see some decisional reactions such as earning management, which is in a foreign context used a lot by small firms. But in the Moroccan context, there is two directions even concluded by the expert consultants, either to deploy all efforts and try to change, to combine the SEW and the financial, but to change the family values, to change their tradition, their routines, and give a boost to the family firm, or to keep the liquidity we still have and start a new investment. Maybe in a foreign context, there is just the first side, the side of combining SEW and the financial side to try to improve. We don't go directly to keeping only the liquidity and even declare a bankruptcy, an early bankruptcy. Maybe we can justify that in coalition with the small firms. I don't know. We're still in the explanatory phase, and of course we will extend our sample. You can even add a different context and try to analyze deeply those stages. We have first, I'm conducting another literature review about the stages of financial distress. If we identify the stages, if we identify the real correlation between SEW and financial distress, I think that, and extending, of course, the sample, we can have more relevant results, maybe.
And those are all very good points. In my previous life, I was a banker, maybe 25 years ago, and my observation at that time is that family businesses sometimes have a difficulty to understand what is financial distress. A bank that is in financial distress is measures very accurately. But any business in general, I mean, in financial distress, you can do the calculation and you know. But in most family business, they have no issue when they know that basically all their equity has been disappeared. I mean, the firm has no more equity. It's obvious that a firm without equity is bankrupt. So you can see family businesses that are 100 times bankrupt, but the family is very rich, and they don't see the separation between the wealth of the family, and they are reluctant to re-inject capital unless they are forced. So this is why your study is very interesting in the sense that how could you help through your research help family business to understand what is family distress and to also give them an incentive to make a separation between their wealth, because when they see that they are very wealthy, they don't mind milking their own firm, making it like completely bankrupt and not doing anything. So how do you foresee your research helping family business firms to understand better this issue? Because I think family businesses sometimes, when they are not competitive, it's because of their lack of understanding of the backbone of the financial structure. And they tend to mix family wealth with the firm.
Yes, even the wealth of the financial wealth and their profit is actually considered as a family profit. So they can take money whenever they want. This is actually a problem in the case of family firms. I would like to answer the first statement about their perception about financial distress. Exactly, they always, that was the first research question. My first research question in another study: what is the perception of family firms to financial distress? And it was associated, always associated to bankruptcy. And this allows us actually to conclude or to notice that family firms, it's going to be hard for family firms to outperform or outcome this situation since they don't understand it or they don't recognize it until they are in a critical situation. And if we want to overcome the situation, we have to understand it in its first early steps. So that was the first result. The second thing is that I don't know, but I think that small firms are actually more able. I didn't find problems conducting interviews with small firms managers, family owner managers. They were able to discuss even about the financial distress, which could be sometimes conundrum or a question that they refused to answer to, but they were really able to answer and give more insights to even reveal what they think and how they behave in their internal management.
Okay.
This
we are running out of time. If you can synthesize and close your statement.
Okay, so I'm trying actually to extend the results of this research, combining two ways of analysis: how family firms react in financial distress and how they behave in a period of stability, of financial stability. I'm trying to find factors that explain, more than explaining only the reaction to financial distress, but that explain the differentiation between the financial stability and the financial distress. And once I found those factors, of course, that they will be addressed to the small family firms, when they will know that at some point, if we at some point of this process, you will be able to achieve recovery. You won't be going through a bankruptcy. They will understand that they have to take into consideration all actions that will avoid financial distress and its critical step.
Thank you, Huda. Thank you very much. It was a great presentation and I enjoyed the exchange. So we're going to be moving to our last presentation, last but not least. So the paper by Badr Habba and Umayma Kidi. The title of the paper is Indebtedness of Large Listed Family Firms, Empirical Evidence from the Middle East North Africa region. So I think it's gonna be presented by Umayma Kidi.
Exactly. Can you hear me?
I think you have to unmute your. Oh, it is unmuted.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Perfect. So I'll try to share the screen first.
Please.
Can I start, Sir Arafi? Can I start?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So, dear audience, dear participants and colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Omi Makidi. I am affiliated to the chair of Moroccan family businesses at ESCA Ecole de Management and to Larigo laboratory. And I'm so happy and honored to present an empirical paper today, co-authored with my professor Badr Heppa, and entitled Indebtedness of Large Listed Family Businesses, an Empirical Evidence from the MENA, the Middle East and North of Africa. So I would like to start this presentation by shedding light on the study rationale and the research question. Then we will move to the theoretical background and the hypothesis and methodology. And lastly, we will finish by exposing some findings and limitations and future research perspectives of this work. So what makes this study of paramount interest to both the managerial and the scientific community, or simply what's the rationale behind it? First, as you may know, family businesses are predominant worldwide. They prevail, and in the MENA region specifically, family businesses account for up to 80% of all businesses, employ 70% of the workforce, and contribute to 80% of the region's GDP. Besides, the family ties may impact the decision-making process. Why? Because they are a mixture between emotions, between family goals and business goals. Now, what is the importance of shedding light on financing policy and on indebtedness? Well, the capital structure and the financing policy are one of the most debatable policies in corporate finance, as you may know, by the way. And it's a key decision to make since it affects the value, the company's growth, the fair value, and the shareholders' wealth. Now, why we focused on the MENA region? Because historically, a substantial part of the current research on family firms and on financing policy in family firms focuses on developed economies. That's why we try to, through this paper, to shed light on other specific contexts, such as the MENA countries as a region recognized for its particular culture, values, managerial practices, and financial markets. So our research question in this paper assumes that financial decision-making and capital structure in family businesses and non-family counterparts cannot be similar, because there are some distinctive features of family businesses, and but the fact, or maybe the reflection emerges from the fact that the family firm, as the family firm grows and becomes large, its investment behavior may align with the financial behavior of non-family firms. And this can be explained by the fact that control is transmitted to younger generations and the management becomes professionalized. So the purpose was to investigate whether there are some differences and or similarities between large listed family firms and large listed non-family counterparts in terms of capital structure and in terms of indebtedness. This question, this research question can be framed by combining the classical finance theories, mainly the trade-off theory and the pecking order theory, and also by combining or by mobilizing the family business, some family business theoretical developments, such as the professionalization of family firms and such as the agency theory. So this will lead us to talk about the hypothesis of this research work. So the first hypothesis is about the level of debt ratio, and specifically it's a descriptive hypothesis. We assume that, or we suppose that large listed family firms are less indebted than their non-family counterparts. And we have another hypothesis for the effects of each variable on debt ratio in two samples, in two subsamples, a sample of large listed family firms and a sample of large listed non-family firms in the MENA. As for methodology, we opted for a quantitative approach, and we used a secondary panel data from 2013 to 2019. And by definition, our sample includes firms operating in the MENA countries, active during the study period, and it excludes the financial firms for their specific regulation. In order to distinguish family firms, we considered that a family or a firm is family-owned if the members of one or more families hold more than 25% of shares, are actively involved in management bodies and in governance bodies also. So the final set of our sample is about 103 large listed family businesses and 103 non-family businesses, non-family counterparts. As for the data analysis, it consists of two basic steps. The first descriptive step that aims to compare the level of investment, the level of debt for the two categories, and the second phase where we conducted a regression test on panel data to identify the determinants of investment of debt ratio. Debt ratio in each category or in each subsample. Now we move to the findings or the core findings of this research. So at a descriptive level, we have some findings that reveal that large listed family businesses are more indebted than large listed non-family counterparts, which is not aligned to our hypothesis, our first hypothesis, and this can be explained by the desire of family firms to maintain family control, which is part of socio-emotional wealth, and debt is considered as a mean of financing that is not diluting the family control. It's an external funding, but it's not. It protects and it preserves the family control. And by reference to regression results or regression findings, the financing behavior of large listed firms in the MENA reveals both similarities and differences in the determinants of debt ratio for the both samples, a subsample of large listed family firms and a subsample of large listed non-family firms. So as you can see, the results show that the tangibility ratio is a common determinant of financing policy, or it's a determinant of debt ratio for both types of firms. It's positively associated with the debt ratio, and this can be explained, or it's explained in the literature by the fact that firms with a higher proportion of tangible assets may have more accessibility to debt, as it is easier for the lender to assess the value of this type of assets, of tangible assets. Results regarding liquidity and profitability. By the way, the liquidity ratio and the profitability ratio show a negative association with debt ratio in the two subsamples, and this can be explained by the fact that there is an order of preferences for financing means, and there is a preference for internal funds and returned earnings for both categories of firms, which means that the more profitable the firm, the more the firm is profitable and liquid, the less it depends on debt. And this may reveal contextual specificities of the field of investigation, which is the MENA region, because generally capital markets in developing countries, and which is the case of the most of the MENA countries, have a limited range of financial instruments, which means that we have a limited range of financial instruments, as well as many constraints on financing decisions. So firms operating in these countries, whether family or not family owned, prefer internal financing, which affects the debt, which automatically affects the debt ratio. As for the differences, we can see.
You have 1 minute. You have 1 more minute. If you can conclude.
I have
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay. So maybe the concluding remarks or the core findings of this work is that we assume that the pecking order theory is valid to explain the financing behavior of the two types of firms, but we concluded that the family firm bias is still present even if the family firm grows in size and takes the step toward listing. So about the limitation of this work, we tested a limited number of variables and we ignored the effect of the sector of activity. Maybe this can be this can be an extension for this work and a future perspective to put forward research on the financing behavior and on indebtedness of large listed family firms. Thank you so much for your attention. And I would like to thank ESCA, MCI, and the AUC for giving us this chance and this opportunity to discuss on family businesses.
Thank you very much, Umayma Kedi. Very good presentation. So please post if you have any question. In the meantime, let's just exchange a little bit on your topic. I mean, you mentioned one of the paper by Modigliani Miller, which has a very important theorem too. And I think Wall Street in general are very focused on making sure that firms that are listed, make sure that the capital structure is stable. And that's exactly what Modigliani Miller is saying, that you need to have capital structure that is stable in order to really do some planning and forecasting and have a strategy. Unfortunately, a lot of family firms, they do not have this understanding that it is so critical to maintain a balanced capital structure over the long run. And as a result, we end up by having a lot of family businesses that basically work very hard for the banks. You know, when their equity has been almost gone and they do not feel like they need to recapitalize their business, they end up by paying so much in les agios, so much interest to the bank, they almost like work for the banks. So this is why this type of research are very interesting in the sense that they need to shed light on the family business. They don't have the understanding that if you are not maintaining a stable capital structure and your ratio of debt is playing like a yo-yo, then you really end up by not creating the wealth that you will be able if you capitalize your business properly. So to what extent do you feel that your result can serve the community of family business owners?
First of all, I totally agree with what you said about the model of Modigliani and Miller. But the problem, or maybe the most the surprising result of this research paper is that we found that even non-family businesses, even large listed non-family businesses in the region, have a preference for internal funds, and this can be specific to this region, and this can be specific to the contextual features of the MENA countries. So to answer your question about the how this can help, or how this can be of or maybe what's the implications of this research work for family businesses, I can say that we intend and we hope that this research work can sensitize, or maybe we would like just family firms to be aware of the existence of a capital structure, of a combination, or maybe a mixture to make between internal funds, between external funds, and to consider that external funding, it's not only the debt. There are maybe some other instruments that can be used to to finance their activities at the lowest cost. I'm not sure if I respond to your question.
Yes, you did very well. And I don't have any more questions, but let me ask you one more question. I mean, the title of your paper mentioned MENA region, and obviously I'm kind of intrigued in the sense that I have some little understanding about the MENA region, but when we look at the country like Oman or Dubai or Tunisia, I think the playing field is not leveled in our region if you compare it to Syria, Iraq, or Lebanon, or North Africa. So to what extent the result that you have in this research could be applicable across the MENA region? Or do you see some additional work that may shed some light on the differences of those countries?
Yeah, exactly. So our first goal, our first aim was to just compare between the family firms and non-family firms, and we assume that the region is or the countries of the region are homogeneous, but of course we will extend this work and test the same variable, the same model on clusters. For example, the Gulf, the countries of the Gulf and the GCC and the North Africa separately, and the Middle East separately. So some clusters, but we will test. We intend to test the same model, the same variables, and with the same approach on different clusters of the region.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, we are getting to the end. Thank you so much for your presentation. That was very interesting. So we are coming to a close. So thank you, Umayma Kidi and Wadhabba. And I would like just to make a closing statement and let my colleague Randan and also Anita make a closing statement. Well, I think we had a great conference. I believe that those three sessions, the first one, strategy and management, the second one, family and governance, and the last one with the risk and finance, have shed some light on those issues. I'm hoping that from those presentations, we may end up having some kind of proceeding, and certainly to help our researchers to have some publication. In any case, I really enjoy sharing this moment with you, and I'm excited at the perspective that we will continue this kind of conferences. I hope that next year we may have these conferences, maybe with Anita, or maybe come back to Morocco. And the hope is that we will have a real conference, not virtual. And this time we meet, just like last year at ESCA. I wasn't here. I was still in the US, but I hope that the next conference will be face-to-face, so we can meet and exchange face-to-face and have a good time discussing our research and maybe building this body of knowledge about family business, not only for our region, but for the entire globe. So thank you again, and I really appreciate all this presentation, and I will let my colleague Randan Al-Badawi to make a statement, and then Anita. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Saad and Anita and all the team and all the researchers for great discussions and great presentations. We discussed so many topics, various topics that are really very important to enrich our literature regarding the family business, all of which will sustain and support the development and sustainability of family business. Actually, these are just some of the topics that we discussed and reflected, and we will discuss much more also throughout our campaign of I Move My Business Forward, powered by PwC. So you can just follow up all our activities related to family business. I would like to thank you, all our researchers and presenters today, for your great works, and we are looking forward for sure to get the results of the still working in progress research, and we expect to find and to discuss all the outcomes and the findings that will be also very useful for all of us. I'm sure that we, on behalf of the School of Business at the American University of Cairo, we are looking forward to more future collaboration with Family Business Center, MCI, the Entrepreneurial School, and ESCA, Ecole de Management on the theme of family business. I would like to also thank you all, our participants, audience, joining us online from around the world. And I would like to remind you that a recorded version will be available. So stay tuned. Anita?
Yes, thank you very much, Saad and Randa. I would also like to thank all the presenters and participants to our first International Research Day on Family Business. I really found this event successful, and I think we had very many different research topics that were covered, and that also shows the broad variety of topics that we have in family business. So I really enjoyed that. So we had 3 hosting universities, we had 11 presentations, 41 participants was the highest number I saw on Zoom, 5 countries and 5 hours of fruitful discussion. So I think that's quite something. And I would definitely be happy to make this event happen again, make it an annual event for our 3 institutions and kind of continue our fruitful collaboration, but also open it up probably to other institutions who might want to participate. And I'm both fine, Saad, for in person or online. Both is fine for me, but I definitely think we should make it happen. But in the end, I would also like to say my appreciation to everyone who made this day happen and to everyone behind the scenes, right? Because there have been people working for developing the agenda and setting up everything. And so thanks again also for everyone behind the scenes for this preparation. And yes, thanks to everyone. And I look forward to having another great International Research Day on Family Businesses in the future.
Looking
Thank
forward.
you so much, Anita. And I just forgot to mention that I would like to thank very much Badr Habba, who has contributed heavily into the Moroccan side for the papers, and also to Samira Al-Hashimi, that also has done a great work facilitating everything that we have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
And looking forward to meeting you soon.
Bye.
See you soon, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.